Judging the National Katahdin Show today is Rodney Chrome of Albion, Illinois. Rodney was raised and grew up in the sheep business, and some of us believe in the show ring. He's been on the showing or judging end of the North American every year since it's been here in Louisville, except for 1 year. It's always been a pleasure, Rodney says, to work with sheep people, and he's really appreciative of all the years that he's had. Let's welcome Rodney Chrome to your National Katahdin Show. Our judge for the Natural Colored Show today is Tor Sorensen from Houstonia, Missouri. Tor is the general manager of the Southern Arizona International Livestock Association. He's raised sheep for 30 years, and it then took about a 5-year break, and he's now back in the natural colored business. He also raises, shows, and judges llamas across the country as well. Let's welcome Tor Sorensen to your Natural Colored Show.
What was that? Thank you. A nice ram to start your class. The smoothest running ram out here on his feet and legs. Very nice enough down his top line. He's a high-shouldered ram, but a ram with a lot of stretch. He has some extension to his front. He's the nicest moving ram about those front legs, his front feet. He's the soundest ram up when you get a hold of him and handle the fine points. He's the soundest ram in the class. He's the longest loined ram in the class. He's the longest hind-saddled ram in the class. A ram that doesn't have quite as much flesh to him as what we have in the second place buck. I like that about him. He's a thick-topped ram. He's a good topped ram. A ram that doesn't track out as nice about his front feet, but a ram that does show a lot of bone about him. I like the way he's made up to his front end. I'd like to make him just a little sounder in a spot or two today to run into second or first place. Your ram in third, another thick handling buck. A ram that shortens up a little bit on her side view. A ram that I just like to give him a little more hair coat through his head today as compared to these two bucks ahead of him, but three very nice Katahdin rams. Thank you.
Placing on the Katahdin Yearling Ram class, first place goes to entry number 2, SCD 3812, David and Jane Smith, Earl Park, Indiana. Second place to entry 3, Doc P1798, Dyer Family, Katahdin's, Chrisney, Indiana. And third place to entry 1, GF and Deb Kennedy, Pipestone, Minnesota. Now ready for Fall Ram Lambs. Fall Ram Lambs, please.
Hey, good morning. Certainly a pleasure to be here to judge this regional natural colored show. As some of you know, I've had the experience and pleasure of being on this side of the ring for a lot of years and took a little bit of a break, but happy to be back and looking at these sheep out in the pasture again. We're going to start off with the yearling buck. I think is simply the most complete. You put him into motion, he's really true and straight in terms of his stride. A big handling top kind of a sheep. One that you open up his fleece from front to rear, got a lot of life and luster character to that. Maybe changes just a notch as you work your way down through his britch, but certainly I think acceptable here for this fine division. Pretty complete, kind of an easy winner for me. Buck that comes next in line, excuse me. One that, when you put him into motion, maybe just doesn't track as well off his front end. Probably one of the finer grades in terms of his fleece. A sheep that's maybe a little rounder out through his hip than our first place individual, but a ram I think certainly stands in this second hole very nicely. Ram that's here in third, a little greener in terms of his overall condition, a real long pattern, really nice design kind of a sheep, one that's certainly adequate in terms of his fleece, his bone work, and we round out the class with a ram that's just a little shorter in terms of his overall construction. He wants to change probably more considerably in terms of his grade as you work your way down through his britch, but again, certainly nice class of yearling bucks, nice way to start the show.
Placing on the natural colored fine yearling rams, first place to entry 3, BJB 15PE 91B, Sanja Connor, Asheville, Ohio. Second place to Hendrick Sheep Company 194, Hart Sheep Company 194, Hart Sheep Company, Great Falls, Montana. Third place to entry 6, Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri. And 4 to entry 4, Sanja Connor, Asheville, Ohio.
little bit of a challenging class here. We're in our senior buck clam class. 3 different kinds of sheep out here. In my estimation, the ram that's going to win it for me is simply the most complete. We're here in the fine division. He's certainly got the finest, most consistent, most uniform fleece, really soft handle to it. And again, like I said, uniform from front to rear. A sheep that I think is certainly designed very well. You put him into motion, and you certainly like to change the way he moves out through his hip and down into his back legs. He wants to pull his hocks together just a notch, a little bit on the fight, so it's a little harder to read him as far as what his true stride is. Easily the youngest in terms of his age, if we're going to go by his mouth. He's still got those lamb's teeth. They're in there tight and solid. Our other 2 have cut their yearling teeth, which is fine, but I think we've just got pretty complete kind of a package. We've got the big pretty ram here in second. Certainly one you love the extension about him. I think for me he gets a tick refined in terms of his bone structure. He wants to pull those hocks apart when you set him into motion, and when he's standing, he leans towards the further end of our fine spectrum. Again, you love the extension, the pretty about it. I'd like to maybe just see a notch more to him. The hornbuck that's going to round out our class. Again, certainly appreciate the ruggedness about this sheep. In terms of his fleece, he changes more as you work your way, especially down through that britch, gets a little plainer, if you will. A sheep that I need to change him right there behind his shoulder, give him a notch more strength. Certainly, again, appreciate the bone and the growth that he brings to the table, just not quite as complete as the other 2 standing above him.
Placing on the class of fine division, senior ram lambs for the natural colored show. First place goes to entry 7, Hart Sheep Company 209, Hart Sheep Company, Great Falls, Montana. Second place to entry 55, McDaniel 6-17, McDaniel Brothers, Charlottesville, Indiana. Third to entry 8, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan In-Body, Bluffton, Ohio.
We have a very nice ram to start this class. A ram that stands correct on all 4 feet and legs. He stands on his corners. He's very level out through his rump. He's extremely long through that loin. He's got a lot of masculinity through that mane. A ram that is very evenly balanced as far as condition. He has the same amount of condition through his top line as I find down over that rib. And that's where you like him on show day. And a ram, when he walks around the ring, he's the truest walking ram. He's a straighter ram down his top. He's not a lot of extra condition on him. He might could use 10 pounds, but he's got enough on him to win the class today. Your ram in second, a heavier bodied ram. He's a little shorter from flank to flank. A deep-bodied ram, a ram carrying a little more condition to him. Another ram that's very sound about his feet and legs. I just don't find that length and dimension that we find this first place buck. Your third place ram, here's a ram that if he just keep himself together a little nicer, I could start the class with him. Here's a ram that I don't have a thing against some frame to these sheep. I like to see him as sound as I can get him. When he walks, I like to see him carry his rear legs. I just like to see him carry himself like the 2 above him do. If he did, he might run in the first hole. He doesn't, so he's going to end up in third. Third and fourth is close. They both have a similar problem down from their hips on back. They don't come down into that stifle. down into that hawk as nicely as these two rams on top. I did make a switch down here. A ram, he's not as deep-bodied as the ram below him, but ram it's deep enough and he's long enough. He's extremely long. He's in extremely nice condition. When he touches you, or you touch him, he touches you back. Ram is extremely nice about his feet and legs. He has a little more extension up through that front end, and a ram fits into fifth in a very nice class of bucks. Thank you.
Oh, Andy was slow. Perfect combination.
Now ready on the Katahdin ring to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion ram. Placing on the class of fall-born ram lambs for the Katahdins, first place to entry 9, Schultz, 3727, Prairie Lane Farm and Uphill Farm, Centralia, Missouri. Second to entry 8, Julian, 566, Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. Third place to entry 6, Lincoln University, Jefferson City, Missouri. Fourth place to entry number 4, Riviera, Cable, Ohio. 5 to entry 13, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. Sixth place to entry 14, Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. 7 to entry 11, GF and Deb Kennedy, Pipestone, Minnesota. 8 to entry 12, GF and Deb Kennedy. 9th place to entry 10, Dyer Family Katahdins, Chrisney, Indiana. And 10 to entry 5, Justin Tribby, Fort Pierre, South Dakota. Senior champion ram for the Katahdin show goes to our first place fall ram lamb. Entry number 9, Schultz, 3727, Prairie Lane Farm and Uphill Farm, Centralia, Missouri. The reserve senior champion is out of that same fall ram lamb class, second place to the champion, Julian, 566, Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. Now ready for January ram lambs, Katahdin, January ram lambs.
We get into our junior buck lamb class here. I think we've got a sheep that wins this hands down. Easily the most sound in terms of his construction. You put him into motion, he's really good and true in terms of that stride. Those toes are up, big topped, good hipped, and then you open up his fleece and he's dressed up in a very nice uniform, extremely fine fleece. Just makes a handy kind of winner. Buck that comes next in line, just a notch more refined in terms of his overall construction. If we were going to pick a best fleece for this class, I think he'd win it. He's got a little more staple than our first place, really a fresh, again, very, very fine. If we could just stouten him up, maybe just raise his tail head up, we could really run at this sheep that's going to lead us off. Unfortunately, today we can't. Big, rangy kind of a buck that's going to stand here in third. One that getting a little easier on his back toes for me as we put him into motion as he moves around the ring. Again, you appreciate the length of body. Another really fine fleece, maybe not quite as fresh to the touch as the two that are going to stand above him, but a lot of good pieces in this ram. Ram that comes next in line, I'll be the first to admit I need to bring him up on his toes. You put your hands on him, he's just as straight as he can be down his top. Got a super good fleece about him. I just need to change those feet to be able to get him any higher in the class. Round out our top five with another really stretchy kind of a sheep. Again, one that's just getting a little easier on his pasterns. Maybe changes a notch in terms of his grade as you work your way down his hip. But again, nice class of buck lambs, taking nothing away from our two that are going to stand down here in our reserve line. Sheep that you put them into motion, I just need to change their front ends and maybe stretch them out from end to end to really be able to get a run with these sheep that are standing in the top five.
Now ready for pair of ram lambs, natural colored fine division pair ram lambs. Placing on the junior ram lamb class for the natural colored fine division, first to entry 11, Pines Inn 1602, Pines Inn Natural Coloreds, Watkins, Minnesota. Second place to entry number 16, Belmar Farm 1604, Cody and Cameron Paulus, Casstown, Ohio. Third to entry 17, Bar J Bar Ranch, Box Elder, South Dakota. 4 to entry number 13, Sanja Connor, Asheville, Ohio. 5 to entry 12, Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri. 6th place to entry 14, Hart Sheep Company, Great Falls, Montana. And 7 to entry 15, Hart Sheep Company. Now ready for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Natural Colored Fine Division Ram. We need the class winners and the second place animals from the yearling, senior, and junior Ram Lamb classes. Placing on the pair Ram Lamb class for the Natural Colored Fine Division, first place goes to Hart Sheep Company, Great Falls, Montana.
as I said, really a nice way to start off the Natural Colored Show here with the fine rams. I think we've got 6 bucks out here that could go a lot of places in the country and win a lot of shows and then go back to their respective flocks and do an awful lot of good. We're not going to take a whole lot of time. I really like this Junior Buck Climb. I can't do anything but use him as your champion. As I said, I think he's just designed awfully well, and then he's wrapped up with an awfully nice fleece. From there, a little give and take, but I'm going to go ahead and use the Junior Buck Climb, a sheep that is kind of my kind of sheep. He's got some usefulness and some growability, an awfully good fleece, and a lot of pretty along with it. Taking nothing away from those other older rams, certainly a nice set of congratulations.
Grand Champion Fine Division, Natural Colored Ram goes to entry number 11, our Junior Ram Lamb, Pines Inn, 1602, Pines Inn Natural Coloreds, Watkins, Minnesota. The Reserve Grand Champion goes to entry 16, second place in that Junior Ram Lamb class, Belmar Farm, 1604, Cody and Cameron Paulus, Castown, Ohio. Now ready for early yearling ewes. Early yearling ewes. Those animals born September 1 through and including December 31. Early yearling ewes for the Fine Division.
A beautiful ram lamb to start this class. Ram is really fresh to the touch. Lamb is very long in his dimensions, very long from his rib back. He's very nice out through his hooks, pins, down to his stifle. Comes into a very good hawk, sets out on his corners. Both these rams in first and second, they stand the way I like them to. That's why they're here, along with the tops in them and the length of that top and the way they blend together from front to rear. I think we just have a fresher ram here in first. You ram in second. Ram handles with a lot of thickness. He handles with a lot of maturity. Here's a ram that's going to make a big, thick killing ram. He's pretty sound about himself. He doesn't carry himself as nicely through his hocks and his rear legs as his first place buck. But a ram that is not going to be any lower than second for whatever reason he's there. You're ramming third and fourth. You're ramming third. I'd like to stretch him out. I'd like to just put a little length in him like we've got these two above him. If he had that, he might go up a notch. You're ramming fourth. I like the framework to the buck. I like the length of him. I like his pattern. There's a couple fine details I'd like to change about him to make him match up with these three ahead of him. I'm not going to put him any lower than fourth for it. You're ramming fifth. Gets a little softer in his rear wheels as compared to these bucks ahead of him, but a buck with a lot of length and a lot of pattern and shape. Your ram right below him is a ram a lot like him. He's just not as strong to his top line. Then from there on, we're running some good-bodied rams, rams that just don't handle themselves as nicely about their feet and legs as the bucks above them do. Thank you.
Now ready for Katahdin February Ram Lambs. Katahdin February Ram Lambs. Placing on the January Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 22, Schultz 3735, Prairie Lane Farm, Henry Schultz, Centralia, Missouri. Second place to entry number 15, Julian 600, Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. Third place to entry 18, Dyer Family Katahdins, Chrisney, Indiana. 4 to entry 16, Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. 5 to entry 21, Prairie Lane Farm, Henry Schultz, Centralia, Missouri. 6th place to entry 17, Burbrink Family Farms, Columbus, Indiana. 7 to entry 23, GF and Deb Kennedy, Pipestone, Minnesota. 8th place to entry 20, Burbrink Family Farms, Columbus, Indiana. And 9 to entry 24, GF and Deb Kennedy, Pipestone, Minnesota. Again, now ready for February Ram Lambs.
Go ahead and we lead off with our senior yearling ewes here in the fine division. We've got a whale of a ewe to start off with. Obviously, she's the frame ewe in the class. Along with that, she's got a lot of extension and elegance up to her front end. You put her into motion, she's really sound and true. Really nice down her top. You open up her fleece and really uniform from front to rear. And kudos to the exhibitors here. Really a nice fleece class. All these ewes are certainly very fine and uniform, so it becomes basically some structure issues that make it a little easier for me to sort these ewes out. The ewe that comes next in line, a little rounder up in her overall package. She's certainly true that she's rounder out through her hip. A fleece that maybe has the nicest handle to it, really a soft, soft hand to it, and appreciate that. Again, a ewe that, for me, we need to extend her up to her front end and just make her a little easier on the move to get her any higher in this class. Ewe that comes next in line, obviously a longer patterned ewe, one that gets a little knuckly in terms of her pasterns, like to change out about her. And then we round up the class with a ewe that just simply doesn't pound up with the rest of them. She's a little frailer in terms of her bone. Again, nice fleeces on all these ewes. Congratulations.
Now ready for late yearling ewes, natural colored fine division late yearling ewes. Placing on the early class of fine yearling ewes for the Natural Colored Show. First place goes to entry 24, Dewdrop Farm 4-88, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second place to entry 20, Hart Sheep Company 151, Hart Sheep Company, Great Falls, Montana. Third to 23, Sanja Connor, Asheville, Ohio. And 4 to entry 22, Sanja Connor, Asheville, Ohio.
got quite a ram to start this class. I like the structure. I like the bone about him. I like the correctness about the way he's made. His underline matches his top line. He's very long to his running gears from flank to flank. A super alert buck, a ram that's very nice out through his hip, down into that stival, down into his hock region. A ram that stands up on his feet. A ram that just a very smooth handling and a very good ram. Your ram in second, a super long-bodied ram, a ram that not carrying quite the foot that we've got on our first place buck, but a ram again that is very balanced. You look at his top line, you look at the underline, they match up very nice. They go out through the hip, come down into that rear quarter. A ram that stands on very nice feet and legs, and I think he's a very good second place ram. Your ram in third, very correct about the feet and legs again. You like the masculinity of the ram, of what he's showing as he's going to grow into a yearling buck. He's going to make a nice frame buck with a lot of masculinity about him. A ram that's going to be very nice about his feet and legs. He's going to continue to grow and make a nice buck. Your next ram in class gets a little softer through his top, carrying a little more grease down around his ribs, but a little more bark, if you will. A ram that doesn't match up condition-wise as the three rams do above him as evenly. But a ram that's very good about his feet and legs. He stands right on his toes where I like him. He stands on the corners. He stands that way just a little nicer than our fifth place ram, and that's why we made the switch here at the bottom. Thank you.
Nice set over here on our late yearling ewes. I think we've got, well, there's 7 ewes out here. It certainly can go to a lot of places and be very usable. The gray ewe that wins for me, I think in terms of her conformation, she's extremely rugged in terms of her bone and her footwork, big in terms of her top, really sound across that top. You open up her fleece, just a bright, lustrous, lots of luster and character to it. I think that's where she has the advantage over the ewe that's going to stand here in second to a fleece that's just a little harsher at this point in time. A ewe that maybe is not, again, as rugged in terms of the construction of her bone, a female that you certainly like the length of body, the pounds of the fleece that you're going to shear off of her, again, maybe just not quite as fresh today. You that comes in third, a big, tall, upstanding kind of a female, one that just shortens up a notch in terms of her overall length of body. You put her into motion, and she's a little ouchy. I don't know if she got hurt, just favoring a foot just a tick. Again, this is one that we could have probably seen in the next division and maybe have been a little more comparable to the others in that class. She gets a little further from the spectrum in terms of the fineness of her grade. Come down here to a ewe that's going to stand here in fourth, a female that just shortens up considerably. Again, a nice fleece on her. Maybe just need to kind of explode her up in all dimensions to really be able to run with these 3 powerhouses above her. The gray ewe that's going to come next in line, one that's certainly giving up some of the density that we see in these other sheep. I need to change her right behind her shoulder. And then we round out with a couple of Morits that excuse me, give up some of the construction that we see in terms of bone size and correctness of feet and legs. Nice fleeces, they've had covers on them, so that's caused some felting to go on in terms of the top, maybe inch of their tips. Makes it a little harder to evaluate those fleeces, but nice in their own right.
In the Katahdin ring, now ready for March ram lambs, March and later born ram lambs. And over on the natural colored side, we're ready for pair of yearling ewes. Placing on the class of Katahdin February ram lambs, first place goes to entry 25, Julian 620, Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. Second place to 29, Schultz 3767, Cooper Gehring, Centralia, Missouri. Third to 28, Lincoln University, Jefferson City, Missouri. Fourth place to 26, Prairie Lane Farm, Henry Schultz, Centralia, Missouri. 5 to 32, Dosh Katahdins, Frederick, South Dakota. Sixth place to 31, Dosh Katahdins, Frederick, South Dakota. 7 to entry 27, Lincoln University, Jefferson City, Missouri. Eighth place to 34, GF and Deb Kennedy, Pipestone, Minnesota. and 9-33 GF and Deb Kennedy, Pipestone, Minnesota. Placing on the late class of yearling ewes for the natural colored. In the fine division, first place goes to entry 31, Borcher 5111, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Second place to entry 27, Bar J Bar 150P105 in Bar J Bar Ranch, Box Elder, South Dakota. Third place to entry 32, Cody and Cameron Paulus, Castown, Ohio. 4 to entry 28, Hart Sheep Company, Great Falls, Montana. 5 to 26, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. 6 to 30, Kim Harrison, Mosley, Virginia. And 7th to entry 29, Kim Harrison, Mosley, Virginia. Placing on natural colored pair of yearling ewes, first place to Hart Sheep Company, Great Falls, Montana. Second place to Sanja Connor of Asheville, Ohio. And third to Kim Harrison, Mosley, Virginia. Now ready, natural colored senior ewe lambs. Natural colored senior ewe lambs.
we get into this younger class of bucks. We've got a ram that dimensions out better than any ram in the class. When you look at his height compared to his length, I think he's the best blending ram from front to rear. He's a beautiful front-ended ram. Really like the mane he carries, the macho masculinity thing that goes along with this breed of sheep. He's got plenty of it. It's not going to do anything but get better. He's the freest moving ram, the nicest front-ended ram on the move in the class. He's a pressure handling ram of any of the bucks out here. He's long enough through that loin. He's very nice out through that hip. You can talk about this ram a long time and not say anything negative about him, and that's the kind of ram you like to start the class with. Your ram in second. I like the thickness of this buck. I like his altitude. I don't have a thing against the frame. For his framework, I'd like to make him a little longer out to his hip, design him just a little differently coming down into that hawk region as compared to this buck and first. I do like the size of the ram. I think he handles very nice. I don't think he handles his front end as nicely or his rear end as nicely as his first place buck. That's why he's in second. Our ram in third, a ram that rounds out a little more through that front as compared to these bucks ahead of him, but still a very good ram. Down his top line, a very thick-bodied ram. All of these rams are very long-loined. The ram in first, again, puts that length of loin, the length of hip together, and if we're going to put our hands on them, we need to pay attention to what we're handling, and that's what we're doing in this class. A very good ram in first, a very good ram in second and third. Nice rams all the way down the class, and I've been in a very nice ram show. Thank you.
That's all right. Get into our senior ewe lambs here, and again, some give and take here. We've got a couple of females. Actually, all 5 of them have the capability to go on and win an awful lot of tough shows. The female that wins for me, I think, just today, she's simply more complete. She's certainly deeper in her rib, deeper in her rear flank. I'll be the first to admit, I want to put a little more bone on her. She wants to roll one hawk when you put her into motion. I think in terms of what she is today, I think she's just a notch more complete. The female that's going to stand here in second, obviously more extended, maybe just a notch more rugged in terms of her bone work. Beautiful fleece on her from end to end. Maybe changes a notch in terms of her lower, as you get down into her lower hip. Just not as much actual sheep there. And I think probably next year when it's all said and done, she's obviously going to be the bigger of the two if we're looking for a big one. But today I just need to see her teeth indicate she's a yearling. We need to put a little more sheep underneath that fleece. Awfully nice pair to start with. Ewe that comes next in line, a little plainer in her overall design. She doesn't have the extension up through her front end, maybe not quite as nice out through her hip structure. Again, a female that I put her into motion. I want to change her just a notch in terms of her front end. Really a nice fleece on this gal. Ewe that comes next in line shortens up considerably. She's got a little more wool stacked up on her top, giving her the appearance of being as tall, and not that she needs to be as tall. It's not a size game as far as I'm concerned. I just need to see just a notch more overall length of body, maybe just a notch more ruggedness. Nice fleece on this shoe. Ewe that's going to be in the shortest staple is going to stand here in fifth. She gets a little more common in terms of that fleece grade, gives up some of the density and the character that we see in the others. Certainly a sheep that has performed very well to this point. Just need to fancy her dress up just a notch.
For the natural colored, we're now ready to move into our junior ewe lambs. We need early junior ewe lambs for the fine division. And for the Katahdins, we're showing pair of ram lambs. Katahdin pair of ram lambs. Ready to show Katahdin. Placing on the Katahdin class of March and later born ram lambs, first place goes to entry 37, Schultz 3829, Prairie Lane Farm, Henry Schultz, Centralia, Missouri. Second place to entry 41, Julian 658, Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. Third to entry 39, Ed Julian, 4th to entry 40, Dyer Family Katahdin's, Chrisney, Indiana. 5 to 36, GF and Deb Kennedy, Pipestone, Minnesota. 6 to entry 35, GF and Deb Kennedy, Pipestone, Minnesota. 7 to entry 38, Justin Tribby, Fort Pierre, South Dakota. Placing on the fine senior ULAM class of natural colored. First to entry 33, Wolf, 1601, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second to 74, Pines Inn Natural Coloreds, 1558, Sunshine, Pines Inn Natural Coloreds of Watkins, Minnesota. Third to 35, Hart Sheep Company, Great Falls, Montana. 4 to 36, Cody and Cameron Paulus, Castown, Ohio. And 5 to 34, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. For the Katahdins, placing on the pair class of Ram Lambs, first place to Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. Second place to Prairie Lane Farm, Henry Schultz, Centralia, Missouri. Third to Dosh Katahdins of Frederick, South Dakota. 4 to Dyer Family Katahdins of Chrisney, Indiana. And 5 to GF and Deb Kennedy, Pipestone, Minnesota. Now ready to show junior champion and reserve junior champion Ram for the Katahdins. We need the first and second place animals from the January, February, and March classes in the ring at this time.
we've got these Rams lined up, first and second, the way they finished in class. We get them out here together. I still like them that way. They're all very good Rams. All these Rams are about 12 o'clock as far as the amount of bark they're carrying over their ribs, the amount of condition they're carrying over their tops. They're nice front-ended sheep. They're all sound sheep about their feet and legs, and the one thing that everything has to do is be able to move and move correctly. And when you can get that combined into the body types and style that we have out here, then you've got a good thing going for your breed, and that's what I see today. We're not going to talk about every one of these. I did that in the single classes. We've handled them all in the single classes. My mind's made up. I'll select your champion in reserve, and thank you very much.
Junior champion Ram for the Katahdins is entry number 25, first in the February class. Julian, 620, Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. The reserve junior champion is first out of the January Ram Lamb class, entry number 22, Schultz, 3735, Prairie Lane Farm, Henry Schultz, Centralia, Missouri. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion, Katahdin Ram.
lead off in our early junior ULAM class, a female that I think is really complete. She's nice on the move. She's certainly stout in terms of her bone, big in terms of her top. She's got a big rib in her. She's balanced as she carries out and as deep as through her rear flank as she is her front, and then you dress her up with a nice fleece. I think that's where she had the advantage in terms of her balance over this ewe that's in second. Certainly an elegant female. She moves really nicely. She's very extended and elegant up to her front end. Maybe it just rounds off a little in her hip. I'd need to deepen her up in terms of her rear flank to balance her out, but certainly two very fancy kind of a females to lead us off. And taking nothing away from our ewe that's here in third, a female that when you put her into motion, she wants to run downhill just a notch. She's not quite as true and straight up to her top as we'd have in our two females leading us off in the pack. Again, dressed up with a very nice fleece on this one. Really a big extended kind of a gal here in fourth place. One that's maybe falls off just a notch more in her hip. I need to change her the way she puts her front feet down. She's going to be a big one next year and probably going to win her fair share of shows. We round out our top five with a female that just shortens up considerably as you put her on the side. She may be a little, again, rounder out through her hip. We just give up so much of that length of body as compared to those four that are going to stand above them. Nice set on our reserve line as well. Congratulations to y'all.
Now ready for late junior ewe lambs for the fine division of our natural colored show. We're also ready for our our yearling ewe class for the Katahdins. Our grand champion Katahdin ram goes to entry number 25. Entry 25 was our junior champion out of the February Ram Lamb class, Julian 620, Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. The reserve grand champion went to entry number 9, our senior champion ram from the Fall Ram Lamb class, Schultz 3727, Prairie Lane Farm, Uphill Farm, Centralia, Missouri. Again, now ready for yearling ewes on the Katahdin show. Placing on the early junior ewe lamb class for the fine division of the natural colored show. First place to entry 44, Bar J Bar 16 TBR 46B, Bar J Bar Ranch, Box Elder, South Dakota. Second to 86, McDaniel Brothers 16-1, McDaniel Brothers of Charlottesville, Indiana. Third to 82, Cody and Cameron Paulus of Casstown, Ohio. 4 to 41, Bar J Bar Ranch, Box Elder, South Dakota. 5 to 42, Hart Sheep Company, Great Falls, Montana. 6th place to 45, Hart Sheep Company. 7 to 43, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 8th place to 39, Sanja Connor, Asheville, Ohio. And 9 to 46, Kim Harrison, Mosley, Virginia.
We're going to bring in our junior ewe lambs, and I think we've got three very nice females out here. Again, kudos to the fine show, really a tough show. The ewe that wins our class, I think, is simply the most complete again. She's big in her top, she's big in her foot and bone work, really extended up through her front end. You put her into motion, I think she handled herself the nicest in terms of her presence around the ring. You open up her fleece, really a lot of character, super fine from end to end, handy kind of a winner for me. Ewe that comes next in line, really elegant up through her front end. She's obviously a little frailer in terms of her bone work. You put her into motion and she wants to roach just a notch in terms of her spine. Like to change that about her. Again, maybe just a notch more refined all the way through. Nice fleece on her again. We just need to change her movement. Ewe that rounds out her class, shortens up a notch in terms of her hind saddle. Her fleece changes just a notch more towards her breech. She's one of the coarser in terms of the grade here in this class. Again, still can fit within the fine division. Maybe just not quite as complete as our other two, but nice class.
Now ready for natural colored fine division, pair of ewe lambs, please. Placing on the class of the late class of junior ewe lambs, first went to entry 49, Borcher 6262, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Second to 48, Belmar Farm 16-10, Cody and Cameron Paulus, Castown, Ohio. And third to entry 50, Sanja Connor, Asheville, Ohio. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the natural colored fine division, first place to Cody and Cameron Paulus, Castown, Ohio. Second to Bar Ranch, Box Elder, South Dakota. Third to Hart Sheep Company, Great Falls, Montana. And four to Sanja Connor, Asheville, Ohio. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion ewe.
Certainly has been a pleasure to evaluate the fine division here for the natural colored, and as we expect, unless there's some really elite ones, the females are going to be better than the buck show, and that's simply, in my estimation, true. We've got fine females up here that even though the trailer going home is crowded, I'd be happy to put each one of these, or any of them, in the trailer and take them home, because I think they're all fantastic, and congratulations to you guys. It's certainly done a nice job. Some of you know that I had the honor of being able to pull a sheep out of this particular class or division and get a purple banner at the end of the week, and so kind of bittersweet here. I think that we've got some awfully good ones. Congratulations to you guys. And I've got the Louisville cred. I've had it since the Llama Show. We're going to make our senior champion our fine champion. Congratulations, or senior you. Come back here to our junior yearling you. Taking nothing away from the rest of you. Awful good set. Congratulations.
For our champion in the fine division, Champion U goes to entry number 24, the early yearling U, Dewdrop Farm 4-88, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. The reserve champion to entry 31, first in the late yearling U class, Borcher 5111, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Now ready for Best Fleece. Best Fleece will be your next class for the fine division, and then the flock.
as our fleece contestants leave the ring. As I kind of in the class indicated, I really like the Buck Lambs fleece. It's going to end up as our winner. A couple others that were right there as strong honorable mentions. Congratulations again to the exhibitors here in the fine division.
Best fleece in this show was entry number 16 out of the Junior Ram Lamb class, Belmar Farm, 1604, Cody and Cameron, Paulus, Castown, Ohio. Now ready for the flock.
It was a nice class of ewes. It's always fun and enjoyable to look over a female class yearling ewes as good as this group is. We've got 6 out here on our profile. There's some differences in their makeup, but they're all very sound. They're all very functional. They're all very long enough through the lines and through the loin and their hips. We have one that stands out. She comes to first place. She wins by a head. She's a beautiful top ewe, beautiful front-ended ewe. She stands on her corners. She doesn't lose her femininity up to her front end. She's very well balanced out through her hip, down through that stifle, and down through that lower part of her quarter. Comes into her hock region very nicely. She carries her condition just a little nicer than what her second ewe does. When you get to that bark down over that lower rib, this ewe tends to loosen up just a little. She's not quite as long-topped as what we find in our first place ewe, but still a very feminine ewe to her front end and a very deep-bodied ewe, and that'll be to her advantage this winter. Your third ewe, a very feminine ewe, a ewe that's probably your longest loin ewe of the top 3. Not by a lot, but just a little bit. If she had a little more stretch through that top, a little more substance through behind them shoulders, she'd come up a notch. I looked at her in second place. I like her better than third. Your ewe in fourth, just a very well-balanced ewe from front to rear. She's not as long as some of the ewes out here above her, but she's very thick. She's probably one of the thicker top ewes of these top 4. There's not as much of her today. Your next ewe, a very feminine ewe, up through that front end, a very flashy ewe. She has a lot of prettiness about her, and that's something I don't like to lose track of when you're judging out here, especially in these ewe classes. I like to see a yearling ewe that has that show pretty to them. And she's good enough there to stand these top 5. Your ewe in 6 is a bigger, horsier ewe, but a female that loses that femininity as compared to our ewes ahead of her. I do like her broodiness and her size. Thank you.
Unless I'm going to sing, I don't have anything to say.
Placing on the flock for the fine division of the natural colored, first place goes to Hart Sheep Company, Great Falls, Montana, and they're also the premier exhibitor of this division of the natural colored. Second place in the flock, Sanja Connor, Asheville, Ohio. Now ready to bring in medium long course yearling rams. Placing on the Katahdin Yearling U class, first place went to entry 56, Julian, 534, Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. Second place to entry 44, Schultz, 3663, Prairie Lane Farm, Henry Schultz, Centralia, Missouri. Third to entry 51, Cooper Gehring, Centralia, Missouri. Four to entry 50, Dosh Katahdins of Frederick, South Dakota. 5 to 49, Lincoln University, Jefferson City, Missouri. Sixth place to 43, Dyer Family Katahdins, Chrisney, Indiana. 7 to entry 45, Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. 8 to 48, Dosh Katahdins, Frederick, South Dakota. 9 to entry number 46, Luzon Farms, Bonnets Mill, Missouri. And 10 to entry number 55, GF and Deb Kennedy, Pipestone, Minnesota.
It's Luzon.
Luzon. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Katahdins, first to Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. Second place to Dosh Katahdins, Frederick, South Dakota. Third to Luzon Farm of Bonnets Mill, Missouri. 4 to Dyer Family Katahdins of Chrisney, Indiana. And 5 to GF and Deb Kennedy, Pipestone, Minnesota.
Maybe the only class I'll get right today, but as we lead off into our medium division, certainly a nice yearling buck to start the way. Unfortunately, we don't have any competition for him, but a sheep that's certainly grown and performed very well. He's nice on his feet and legs, really got a nice medium fleece about him. We'll look at him a little tougher when we bring back our buck lines for our champion.
Now ready for natural colored in the medium long course division, Senior Ram Lambs. Placing on the yearling rams for the natural colored medium long course division, first place to Riccone 116 Hennessy, Kara Riccone, end of the Lane Farm, Frenchtown, New Jersey.
get into our senior buck lambs here, we've got a sheep that can do nothing but win this class. Big and tremendous in terms of his bone and frame. Super good fleece on him, long-bodied, good hipped. Again, just can't do anything with him but start to class. Ram that comes next in line just shortens up a little bit in terms of his overall hind saddle length, maybe a little rounder out through his hip. Not quite the bone, not quite the fleece character and structure. I think he has the advantage, and he's just a notch sounder up front, a little smoother about his pad, a little nicer up there in front of his, in terms of his front toes. But again, 3 nice bucks. Congratulations.
Now ready for junior ram lambs, natural colored, medium, long, and coarse junior ram lambs. Placing on the senior ram lamb class for the natural colored, medium, long, and coarse division. First place to entry 53, Pines Inn 1573, Who Made Who? Pines Inn Natural Coloreds of Watkins, Minnesota. Second to entry 52, Wolf 1607, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. And third to entry number 54, Kara Ricconi, End of the Lane Farm, Frenchtown, New Jersey. Now showing junior ram lambs.
Just a beautiful ewe to start this class. She has plenty of framework. She has plenty of size. We're not judging market lamb dams here. We're judging functional sheep that have good feet and legs about them. They don't have to be the heaviest muscled ewes out here to win the class. I'd rather see them about the right condition, down over the rib and to the top. Their hair coat, I like the hair coat on this ewe in first, as nice as any ewe in the class. And if you're looking at Katahdins, that's a nice thing to have. She's very long to her loin, nice enough to her hip. I like maybe straighten her out just a little bit on the move up to that higher part of her hip area, but a beautiful front-ended ewe. This ewe's going to continue to grow and make quite a yearling ewe. Her second place ewe, a little more thickness through that top line. A ewe, when she walks, she doesn't carry her hips as nicely as the ewe in front of her. She's very good on her feet and legs when she stands, sets up. They profile nice. I think we've just got a little more extension, a little more freshness to this ewe in first today. I think they're very close. Ewe in third, your thicker ewe in the class. She's carrying some bark down on her rib. I don't hold that against her a bit. She handles very nice about her feet and legs. She doesn't come up through that front end as nicely as the two ewes above her, but still a very functional, very deep-bodied female here in third. Your ewe in fourth fits right in here like a glove. A female that breaks a little more through her top than the three above her. As I view her, she's just a little higher through her flank than what we have above her. She's a good fourth place ewe, but fourth is where she's going to light today. Thank you.
Get into our junior buck lambs over here. Excuse me. Really a nice design one to lead us off with. I think one that's just a little truer and straighter, sounder down his top. We don't have quite the length of body that we've got here in the ram that's going to stand in second, nor do we have maybe the ruggedness of bone. I think in terms of our fleece character and quality, we've got the advantage there. And again, as I said, he's certainly stronger and truer out through his top line. Again, love the length of body that comes in here to play with this buck that's in second. Really a nice dense fleece, certainly rugged about his bone. I need to fix him just a notch in terms of his top and clean up maybe his front end. We get into a ram that's going to stand here in third, shortens up considerably, really a nice fleece on him, got just a little bit of a hitch in his get along as he moves around the ring, maybe just like to free up that stride. But the ram that is going to round out our class, really a big extreme green today, a sheep that maybe changes a notch more in his grade as you work out through his hip and down into his lower stifle, a sheep that wants to get just a tick soft up front for me, but certainly a nice class of our buck lambs. Congratulations to you all.
For the Katahdins, now ready to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe. For the natural colored long course and medium division, we need pair of ram lambs. Placing on the class of fall-born ewe lambs for the Katahdins. First place to entry 60, Schultz 3725. Prairie Lane Farm, Henry Schultz, Centralia, Missouri. Second to 68, Julian, 569, Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. Third to 70, Riviera, Cable, Ohio. 4 to entry 59, Prairie Lane Farm, Henry Schultz, Centralia, Missouri. 5 to 58, Wyatt Jensen, Pipestone, Minnesota. 6 to 67, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 7 to 66, GF and Deb Kennedy, Pipestone, Minnesota. 8 to 62, Dyer Family Katahdins, Chrisney, Indiana. 9 to 63, GF and Deb Kennedy, Pipestone, Minnesota. And 10 to entry 65, Justin Tribby, Fort Pierre, South Dakota. Placing on the class of junior ram lambs, medium long course for the natural colored show. First place goes to entry 57, Wolf Brothers Z71 Silverado, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second to entry 61, Hendricks Sheep Company 1610, Cindy Lancey, Greencastle, Indiana. Third to entry 60, Chelsea Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. And 4 to 59, Vanessa Herrig, Slayton, Minnesota. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs, first place goes to Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Now showing for champion and reserve champion Ram in the medium long course division of our natural colored show.
Not a whole lot of numbers here in our medium division for the Buck Show, but 5 really good ones out here representing that division. I think in my estimation, I'd feel like a fool, I'd look like a fool if I didn't use this early Buck Lamb for our champion. I think he's just an awfully good one. Congratulations. Pretty much a standout out here. We're going to follow him up with our late junior Buck Lamb. I think a sheep that's just a little bit behind him, but certainly not quite so close at this point. Congratulations to you. Nice Buck Show.
Champion Ram goes to entry number 53 out of the senior Ram Lamb class, Pines Inn 1573. Who Made Who? Pines Inn Natural Colors of Watkins, Minnesota. The reserve champion Ram went to entry 57 out of the junior Ram Lamb class, Wolf Z71 Silverado, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Now ready for yearling ewes. For the Katahdin Show, our senior champion ewe was entry number 56, the yearling ewe, Julian 534, Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. The reserve senior champion was 60, the fall ewe lamb, Schultz 3725, Prairie Lane Farm, Henry Schultz, Centralia, Missouri. We need January ewe lambs for the Katahdins. Katahdin January ewe lambs to the ring. And we need natural colored, medium long course yearling ewes to the ring.
Very nice handling you to start this class. A female that stands on her corners the way I like to see them. She blends very nicely from front to rear. You look at her top line, you look at her underline, they're very even. She has enough extension up through that front end to keep that femininity going for you with this much depth and this much thickness. Just a very nice top to her, very nice hair, a very good touch about her. Your second she gives up some frame to her third place shoe, but she more than makes up for it just in her soundness alone, her feet and her legs, the way her hips come out to her junction. We're not trying to make these sheep the highest dog sheep in the world. I realize you've got a little slope to them. They're a little easier in your lambing barn. We're not trying to make them so straight that you start having problems there, but she's not that far along, and she's got a nice hip to her. She's got a good shape to that hip. We're gonna keep her right here. She's very functional, and she's show worthy in the ring. Your third place shoe. Here's to give some skeletal size, but you use it on the move. She wants to move those hocks a little more than the two ewes above her. A female that tends to slope more, even more than she needs to get above these two above her. The fourth ewe, here's a female of. She just had a little more time. She could knock heads with these top couple. Beautiful top to you. I like her about her feet and her legs. I like her profile. I think she's a female who will come back next year and knock at the door to get in the first hole. Thank you.
Now ready for Katahdin February-born ewe lambs. Placing on that January-born ewe lamb class, first place to entry 77, Smith, 4355. David and Jane Smith, Earl Park, Indiana. Second place to entry number 74, Luzon 933, Luzon Farm, Bonnets Mill, Missouri. Third place to 76, Dyer Family, Katahdin's, Chrisney, Indiana. 4 to entry 71, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 5 to entry number 81, GF and Deb Kennedy, Pipestone, Minnesota. 6 to 78, Dyer Family, Katahdin's, Chrisney, Indiana. 7th place to entry 82, GF and Deb Kennedy, Pipestone, Minnesota. And 8th place to entry 80, Burbrink Family Farms, Columbus, Indiana.
Thankfully we have our IT guy here to fix everything. What a nice class of our yearling ewes here. We've got females all the way down that could go into most or every flock in the country and do a lot of good. We've got a couple of gals up here. Actually, any 5 people could start with any of these 5 ewes and justify it. I think for me, the girl that wins is simply the most complete and balanced. Is she the biggest? Certainly she's not. I think in terms of her correctness, her fleece quality, there's been a lot of people say, oh, Tor won't use a white-bellied sheep. Well, I think I've used several of them today. I like them. I don't want to raise them, but I can certainly appreciate them out here in the show. This one's an awfully good one. The ewe that's going to come in next, obviously taller at the point of her shoulder. If we could stretch her out and make her just a notch longer, we'd certainly be able to run with that gal, but today she just doesn't balance out for me quite as nicely. 2 really nice females. Ewe that comes next in line, you put her into motion. She's very elegant and fluid. I need to drop her in terms of her rear flank. She's really deep in her chest. I appreciate that. I need to see a little more rear flank to balance her out and maybe be able to move her. Probably we could have seen her in the division that was earlier in the fine. She certainly would have fit in there. I like her here as well. Again, I need to change her in terms of her composition. The ewe that's going to come next in line, wanting to be and going to be a mommy here pretty quick, and maybe that's to a little bit of their disadvantage. She's certainly, we appreciate the depth. We get her out here on the profile and she shortens up considerably as compared to those 3 that are going to stand above her. Maybe just a little finer in terms of her construction in her bone work. Would like to change that about her. Really a nice, bold lock structure to her fleece. Appreciate that. Really uniform from front to rear. Again, just need to stretch her out. Ewe that comes next in line, certainly appreciate her. She doesn't have hardly anything on her top in terms of fleece. And this, we think, well, if we read that into her, she might show a little less extension if we stack some wool on her. Love the length and the strength of her top. Maybe just getting a little plainer in terms of that fleece construction. You put her into motion, she doesn't handle her front end quite as nicely. Our ewes that are going to be here in reserve, again, I'd be happy to put them in the trailer. You probably don't want to turn with them. Congratulations.
For the natural colored, we're now ready for a pair of yearling ewes, pair yearling ewes. Placing on the class of natural colored yearling ewes, first place to entry 67, Wolf 1525, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second place to entry 63, Pines Inn Natural Colored, 1471, Jade, Pines Inn Natural Coloreds of Watkins, Minnesota. Third to 64, Chelsea Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. 4 to 21, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 5 to entry 68, Chelsea Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. 6 to 65, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. 7 to 66, Sydney Lancey of Greencastle, Indiana. 8 to 70, Kara Ricconi, End of the Lane Farm, Frenchtown, New Jersey. 9 to 69, Kara Ricconi. And 10 to 71, Pines Inn Natural Coloreds of Watkins, Minnesota. Placing on the pair of yearling ewe class, first to Chelsea Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. Second, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Third to Pines Inn Natural Coloreds of Watkins, Minnesota. And 4 to Kara Ricconi, Frenchtown, New Jersey. Now ready for senior Ewe Lambs in the ring.
A real sports car to win this class. Just a beautiful ewe to UM. Touches right, she handles right, she walks. She's the best moving ewe in the class. She's the precious handling ewe in the class. She's extremely long to her loin compared to the rest of the ewes, and her soundness through her top line, out through her hip, down into that twist, through that stifle. Beautiful front-ended ewe. I think she wins the class by a couple of lengths. Second, third, we get a little closer here. We just got a little nicer stance about those rear hocks on the move and standing and setting up both. But a ewe with extreme length about her, a lot of capacity. This ewe, a ewe that's getting a little heavy up to her front end. Your third ewe if we make her a little nicer through her hawk region, have her a little nicer on the move, then she gives us first place shoe a little more run for her money. Beautiful top, you with a lot of length about her. I prefer her front end a little nicer over this second place shoe. But when she moves, her hawk she needs to fix her rear legs. Her fourth place shoe. Here's a ewe that she gets a little heavy up to her front. She doesn't stand just quite right to her rear hocks, but a ewe with a lot of thickness, a lot of depth about her, a lot of rib to this ewe, a lot of thickness. A ewe doesn't have quite the extension, though we find a couple of ewes ahead of her up to the front. And the front end compared to her back end, I'd just like to see them balance out a little nicer to get above these three ahead of her. You're doing fourth. Slopes off a little more at the rump, comes together at her hocks a little more than her first place ewe does, no more than a couple of ewes ahead of her. She's the shorter loin ewe of these top five. And again, if we're going to put our hands on them, we need to pay attention to what we're handling. And that's where they fit for me as a good class to use clear down the line. Thank you.
Now ready for March and later born ewe lambs for the Katahdins. Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the Katahdins, first place to entry 89, Julian 626, William McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to 90, Schultz 3639, Prairie Lane Farm, Henry Schultz, Centralia, Missouri. Third to 85, Prairie Lane Farm, Henry Schultz, Centralia, Missouri. 4 to 87, Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. 5 to 86, Luzon Farm at Bonnets Mill, Missouri. 6 to entry 93, Brady Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 7 to entry number 92, Cooper Gehring, Centralia, Missouri. 8th place to entry 95, Dyer Family Katahdins, Chrisney, Indiana. 9 to 91, Lincoln University, Jefferson City, Missouri. And 10th place to 83, GF and Deb Kennedy, Pipestone, Minnesota.
really a fantastic class here, and two lambs that as we go on and see them again next year, I think they're going to do some slapping and screaming and spitting at each other to who's going to be the good one, and I think that both of them certainly deserve to be named that good one. I think we've just got a notch more advantage in terms of depth of heart in our girl that's going to win her class. She's a little longer in terms of her hip, but I think the advantage in terms of fleece, at least today in terms of freshness, that honor is going to go to our second place gal. A little more extension up to her front end. Again, maybe just not quite the overall package for me, but two really good ones to lead off this line. We get into the paint female here that's going to stand in third, maybe a little more robust at this point in time, maybe not quite the end point that we see on down the road for the two that are going to lead us out. She's a little different up to her chest floor. She's a little wider sprung at this point in time. Maybe like to just give her a notch more femininity like the two that are going to stand above her. Get into the gray you hear that we're just getting shorter in terms of her overall makeup, certainly more refined in terms of her bone. The same would be true of the whiter bellied ewe that's going to round out this top five. Again, just a little more refinement at this point in time. Nice set of females on this our reserve line as well. Really, in my estimation, probably the toughest class I've had to evaluate so far today.
Results of the Senior U Lamb class for the natural colored. First place goes to entry number 73, Wolf 1612, Love Connection. Wolf Nooner of Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second place to 76, Wolf 1620, Stacy's Mom. Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Third to 79, Kara Ricconi, End of the Lane Farm, Frenchtown, New Jersey. 4 to entry 78, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. 5 to entry 38, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 6th place to entry 77, Kara Ricconi, End of the Lane Farm, Frenchtown, New Jersey. 7th place, entry number 72, Logan Yago, Stewart, Illinois. And 8th place to entry 75, Vanessa Herrig, Slayton, Minnesota.
class here that has some variations of different kinds in it. Some differences of age. I don't think all that much as far as this top end goes. There may be some, but I've got a ULM to start the class with that I don't have to wonder anything about her. She's fresh as she can be. She's the best handling you down her top. She stands the best on her feet and legs of any sheep out here. She's very attractive. She's very feminine through that front end. You watch her, she comes down that hip and stifle, right down into that hock. She comes down on her corners. Here's a stud kind of a ewe in the making. Just clean as a pin. You take her top line, you take her underline, they match up. The head and the neck and the shoulder junction and all that. She's as pretty as a picture. And I think she wins she's not the biggest ewe out here, but if I had my choice of one to show to win the class, this is the one I'm going to pick out of the pen. Your second place ewe. You as closest to her as far as her top line goes. She's sound enough about her feet and legs. She's not as nice to her hip as what we find in this first place ewe. She's not as pretty and show attractive as this first place ewe. I think one thing to remember is it is a show, and it pays off to have these females looking nice and pretty when they come in the ring. Your third place ewe, here's a big fronted ewe, a super fronted ewe. Very nice super front legs, big old top in her. Usually when she walks, I've just got to change the way she tracks. As compared to these two ewes above her, a ewe that doesn't blend together as nicely as the two above her. You get from her last rib on back, she wants to twitch when she walks. She doesn't want to put those hocks down right. I'm not going to put her any lower than third, fourth, but there's a little power in front of her, and that's as high as she can get. Your fourth ewe. Here's a ewe that stockies up a little bit. Beautiful top ewe. A ewe that's very sound in her feet and legs. A ewe that's a little heavy at this point. For her altitude, I'd like to see a little more frame to her if she's going to be this heavy down into her that lower rib and carrying that kind of bark. But excellent class ewes from top to bottom. I've just got a pretty picture here on top, and I like her a lot. Thank you.
For the Katahdins, we're now ready for pair of ewe lambs. Pair ewe lambs for the Katahdins. And in the natural colored ring, we have early junior ewe lambs. Placing on the Katahdin March and later born ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 105, VW52H, Maggie Anderson, Ash Grove, Missouri. Second to 107, Smith, 4542, David and Jane Smith, Earl Park, Indiana. Third place to 103, Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. 4 to 102, Luzon Farm, Bonnets Mill, Missouri. 5 to entry 106, Dyer Family Katahdins, Chrisney, Indiana. 6 to 104, Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. 7 to 101, David and Jane Smith, Earl Park, Indiana. 8 to 100, Prairie Lane Farm, Henry Schultz, Centralia, Missouri. 9th place to 108, Burbrink Family Farms, Columbus, Indiana. And 10 to 97, GF and Deb Kennedy, Pipestone, Minnesota.
again, just a bit of a challenging class here. Maybe in my estimation, I need to sew some of these pieces together in order to make the perfect shape. The ewe that wins, I'll be the first to admit. Is she rugged enough in my estimation? Probably not. I think in terms of her soundness, the strength that she has in terms of her pasterns, the trueness down her top, and her fleece quality, she's going to lead us off and win this class. Ewe that comes next in line, got a little more gut to her at this point in time, wants to get just a tick soft when you put her into motion. I think she comes up adequately. Her fleece for me is certainly very nice. Again, maybe one that we could have filtered into the first division, but I think she certainly fits in here well. Just maybe not quite the, excuse me, the strength that we see in that ewe that's going to lead us off. The next ewe that comes into third, a sheep that maybe losing a little some of that dimension and gut, if you will, the doability that we see in the first two that are going to stand above her. Certainly appreciate the bone that she brings to the table. Young lady's ewe that comes in and rounds out our top four. If we could change her in terms of her hock, she wants to pull that old hock in just a notch and straighten that out. I think we could maybe send her up the line just a notch, super long in terms of her pattern. We've got some sheep here that are going to be in our reserve line that we've got some big boned and yet some structure things that I need to change. Nice set all the way down. Congratulations.
For the natural colored long, medium, and coarse, we're now ready for late junior ewe lambs. For the Katahdins, we're ready to show for junior champion ewe and reserve. Placing on the Katahdin pair of ewe lambs, first goes to Prairie Lane Farm, Henry Schultz, Centralia, Missouri. Second to Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. Third place, David and Jane Smith, Earl Park, Indiana. Fourth, to Dyer Family Katahdins, Chrisney, Indiana. Fifth, Luzon Farm, Bonnets Mill, Missouri. And sixth, to GF and Deb Kennedy of Pipestone, Minnesota. Placing on the natural colored early junior ewe lamb class, first place goes to Wolf, 1637. Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second to entry 80, Wolf, 1636. Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Third to entry 40, Reese Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. 4 to 87, Sidney Lancey, Greencastle, Indiana. 5 to entry 88, Keegan Lancey, Greencastle, Indiana. 6 to 84, Pines Inn Natural Coloreds, Watkins, Minnesota. 7 to 85, Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri. And 8 to 83, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. For the Katahdin, our junior champion ewe is entry number 89 out of the February ewe lamb class, Julian 626, William McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. The reserve junior champion is 105 from the March ewe lamb class, VW 52H, Maggie Anderson, Ash Grove, Missouri. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion ewe. Following that, we'll have best 4 head of lambs, then the flock.
Our last single class here for the natural colored, and certainly a really good way to end these individual classes. We've got 2 outstanding ewe lambs out here. The paint that we're going to lead off with, I'll be the first to admit, if we could strengthen her up on her toes, we'd get her closer to being a 10. I think she's certainly an 8.5 or 9 here today. She's just got a fantastic fleece. We could have seen her maybe very easily in the fine division. I think, again, she certainly fits here. Big in terms of her bone and her footwork, really good down her top. Again, one of the most vibrant and freshest fleeces I've seen yet today. And then she's got a really pretty color pattern, if you like that, and so makes her kind of a handy winner. Taking nothing away from our ewe that's here in second, really a nice designed ewe. She's obviously a little bit behind in terms of her overall growth and development. She's got a fleece that changes just a notch, a little drier to the touch at this point in time. Again, but do like her design. Congratulations to you both.
Placing on the late junior ewe lamb class for the natural colored show, first place goes to entry 90, Kuykendall 950, Dipsy, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 47, Borcher 6085, Logan In-Body, Bluffton, Ohio. Now ready for a pair of ewe lambs. Natural colored, medium long course division, pair of ewe lambs.
When it comes down to our grand champion ewe, all 4 of these ewes are very sound about their feet and legs. They're very nice up to their front ends. They have very nice top lines to them. They have very good underlines to them. I don't expect our lambs to handle with the authority that the yearlings handle with at this time of year, especially when you're doing a bigger ewe here on the end is just carry a little more condition, depth of rib. She also carries the most length to her loin and length to her hind saddle than any ewe in the class. Our junior ewe lamb at the other end. Here's a beautiful ewe lamb. She's showing pretty. She catches your eye. She's a beautiful front-ended lamb. And a lamb that's going to be a lot like this lamb ahead of her next year. When you analyze them, there's not a lot of difference in their feet and their legs, their top lines, their design, and their makeup. They've got enough depth for some function to be functional. They all move very nice about when they walk out of the ring. And one thing the sheep needs to be able to do is move and walk correctly. There's a lot of sheep that have to walk a long way to get a drink of water. And Katahdins, I've looked at a lot of them in other parts, and these will hold up against any of them, and I'm quite happy with them. I've got my champion in reserve picked out, and I'll go shake hands with them. Thank you.
Grand Champion ewe for your Katahdin show is entry number 56, our senior champion ewe, first out of the yearling ewe class, Julian 534, Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. The reserve Grand Champion ewe is entry 89, our junior champion ewe, out of the February ewe lamb class, Julian 626, William McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Now ready for best forehead of lambs. Placing on the pair of ewe lamb class for the natural colored, first place goes to Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second, Cara Ricconi into the Lane Farm, Frenchtown, New Jersey. Third, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois.
Again, just a fantastic female show here on the medium side for the natural colored. We're not going to take a whole lot of time. We're going to keep those scratching and biting and screaming and spitting senior ewe lambs together. They're going to be your champions and reserves.
Grand Champion ewe for the natural colored medium, long, and coarse goes to our senior ewe lamb class winner, entry 73, Wolf 1612, Love Connection, Wolf Noner, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. The reserve grand champion, also out of that senior ewe lamb class, entry 76, Wolf 1620, Stacy's Mom, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Now ready for best fleece. Best fleece. Best fleece in this division went to the late junior U Lamb class winner, entry number 90, Kuykendall, 950, Dipsy. Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. Now ready for the flock class. Placing on the Katahdin best four head of lambs, first to Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. Second to Henry Schultz, Prairie Lane Farm, Centralia, Missouri. And third to Dyer Family, Katahdin's, Chrisney, Indiana. Placing on the flock, first place in the flock and also the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. Second in the flock, Dyer Family, Katahdin's, Chrisney, Indiana. That does conclude our National Katahdin Show today. Our judge has been Rod Crome of Illinois. Placing on the natural colored medium, long, and coarse division flock class, first in the flock and the winner of this division's Premier Exhibitor Award, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second in the flock, Kara Racconi, End of the Lane Farm, Frenchtown, New Jersey. Now ready to show on the natural colored side for Supreme Champion and Reserve Natural Colored Ram. So we'll need the Champion Fine and Reserve, the Champion and Reserve Medium Long Course Rams as well.
certainly, again, has been a really fun and exciting buck show here. Not a lot of numbers, but certainly a good kind of quality. And I kind of fell in love with one of these sheep out here in his class. And if you were paying any attention, you know it's going to be this medium buck. I don't think they're going to get any better out here today. Congratulations to our exhibitors on him. Just an awfully nice one. A little give and take there for when we come back to pick our reserve. I think when it's all said and done, we've just got a little more completeness in our fine. He's going to be our champion, or reserve champion. Congratulations to him.
Our Supreme Champion Ram for the Natural Colored Show goes to the Champion Ram out of the Medium Long Course Division. Entry number 53, the Senior Ram Lamb, Pines Inn 1573. Who Made Who? Pines Inn Natural Coloreds, Watkins, Minnesota. The Reserve Grand Champion goes to our Fine Division Champion Ram. Entry 11, Junior Ram Lamb, Pines Inn 1602, Pines Inn Natural Coloreds of Watkins, Minnesota. Now ready to show for Supreme Champion and Reserve Supreme Champion U. We'll need the Fine Champion and Reserve along with the Medium Long Course Champion and Reserve in the ring at this time.
We bring up
we bring out these four girls out here vying for these banners, and again, I'd be happy to shove each one of these four into the trailer and take them on home to Missouri, but I can't, and I can't make all four of them champion. I think we've got an awfully good one. We've heard her name. Our Love Connection is going to be our Supreme Champion U, just a fantastic kind of a female. We're going to follow her up with our Fine Champion, our Yearling U, just an awfully good one in her own right. Taking nothing away from our reserve strong show. Congratulations, guys.
Supreme Champion Natural Colored U goes to our Medium Long Course Division Champion. Entry 73, the Senior U Lamb, Wolf 16-12, Love Connection. Wolf Noner Partnership, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. The Reserve Grand Champion was our Fine Champion U. Entry 24, the Early Yearling U, Dewdrop Farm 4-88, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Now ready to show best fleece for our natural colored show. We need entry 16 from Cameron and Cody Paulus and entry 90 from Catherine Kuykendall in the ring. Judging our Shetland show today is Sam Wyford of Wapakoneta, Ohio. Sam judges shows all over the country. He and his wife Pat also coordinate the All-American Junior Show Skillathon as well as the Skillathon at the Wisconsin Lamb and Wool Festival. Let's welcome Sam Wyford to your Shetland show this morning. For the natural colored show, the best fleece of the show goes to Cody and Cameron Paulus, Casstown, Ohio, on entry 16, a junior ram lamb, Belmar Farm 1604. Now ready to show flock. The fine flock of Hart Sheep Company, the medium, long, and coarse flock of Wolf Brothers.
Just as I conclude my tenure here for the day, again, it's certainly been a pleasure to come in and stand here and evaluate the sheep, and with any luck, I'll be out there showing against you or with you guys next year if all goes as we would like to think it should. We're not going to take any more time out here. Our medium flock is going to be our supreme overall flock, our fine flock right there behind them. Certainly, again, very strong show. Maybe not the numbers we used to have, but certainly glad to see that the quality just keeps going up, and congratulations to you all. Have a safe trip home, whether you're leaving today or tomorrow. Good luck in the Lemon Barn. We'll see you next year.
Supreme flock goes to our medium long coarse flock winner, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio, and our overall premier exhibitor for the natural colored show is also Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. That does conclude our natural colored show. Our judge has been Tor Sorensen of Missouri.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to get to evaluate the Shetlands again today. Starting off with a ram here, a very high conditioned ram. I really appreciate the bone work that this ram has under him. He walks out very free and easy when we walk about the ring. He's a heavy boned ram. I really like the length of body that he shows me. He's got a good rib shape to him. I appreciate that about him. A ram that I really do appreciate the horns on him. Very good in that respect. A ram that I appreciate the softness and condition of that fleece. Just a very nice ram here to lead off the class. Our ram here in second, he gives up a little bit of that condition of that fleece to our first ram, but a ram that I do appreciate him for his length, again for his travel about the ring. He's very good on those feet and legs. A ram that, again, I appreciate the horns on him. Our ram here in third is a ram that when you view him from the side, he tends to shorten up just a little bit for me. A ram I'd like to see maybe a little more bone under him, but he is a ram that, again, travels fairly easy about the ring. He's a ram that, again, the fleece is not quite as conditioned as softly, not quite the crimp that I saw in the rams ahead of him, but again, a very good ram there for that third hole. Then our ram here in the fourth hole is a big-bodied ram. He's a ram that I'd like to see a little more softness, condition to that fleece. I'd like to see him a little better off of those rear legs especially. He's got a good heavy bone, but he's very narrow-based when you watch him walk away from you. Ram that I'd like to see those horns just maybe a little bit wider up there by that head. Our ram that closes the group down here, a little smaller framed ram. That's not why he's down here. He's a ram that I just need to see more bone under him. I need to see him walk out a little freer and easier when we walk him about the ring. Very nice class. Thank you.
Placing on the Shetland Yearling Ram class, first place goes to entry number 3, Windswept Knuckles, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Second place to entry 1, Liberty Acres Ernie, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Third to entry 5, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. 4 to entry 4, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. And 5 to entry 2, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Judging the National Lincoln Show today is Steve Taylor from Timblin, Pennsylvania. Steve and his wife and daughter own Jadewood Farms, where they raise 300 ewes with breeds including Hampshire, Border Leicester, Shropshire, and Katahdin. They also run a small belted Galloway cow-calf operation. Steve has been judging sheep and other livestock for the past 20 years from coast to coast. Let's welcome Steve Taylor to your National Lincoln Show this afternoon.
Got it, finally. Very nice class here of ram lambs. We got a ram leading off the class that I really appreciate this ram for his straightness of lines. He's got a lot of rib shape to him. I appreciate that about the ram. Ram that's a little finer boned. Maybe you'd like to see him a little heavier boned. But where he excels in the class is I really like his horn development. I like the stoutness, the masculinity of that head. Then we look at that fleece, and that fleece, we see a lot of crimp up here in this front 1/3. We see a good softness there as we come on back through, and we see a good total fleece all the way through for a Shetland. And I do appreciate that. Something I might mention is we don't talk about uniformity of fleece and Shetlands because they have 3 different types of fleece, but this ram really meets that criteria. Our ram here in second, he's a little deeper bodied ram, a little longer from flank to flank, but he's a ram that doesn't quite have the straightness that we had in our first ram, doesn't quite have the correctness off of those hind legs that we had in the first ram. Again, I really like the horns on this ram. I like the masculinity of him. He has a good crimp up there in that 1/3, but just not quite as soft and a little harsher fleece that we had in our first ram. 2 rams here that close the group down here are rams that you got to appreciate them for their substance, their volume. I really appreciate them for their rib shape. Very good bodied rams. Where we got to change them is on those horns. But very nice class here. Thank you.
Now ready for early spring ram lambs. Shetland early spring ram lambs, please. Placing on the senior ram lamb class, first place to entry 7, Liberty Acres Burt, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Second to entry 6, Liberty Acres Ellis, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Third to entry 9, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. And 4 to entry 8, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan.
Well, it,
The green one. This one here.
Yeah, you can talk now.
Test. Well, it's sure my pleasure to be here with you today to sort your Lincoln show here today. Just a beautiful ram to start the class with, really rugged, really a lot of deep-bodied sheep, a sheep that moves around the ring very free and easy, and so consistent across from front to rear in that fleece. Just a nice ram to start this class today. A real pretty ram for me next. Really moves about the ring very free and easy, very straight down that line. Maybe not as consistent in his fleece as we have in the ram above him, but I think a ram that really fits into that second hole right nice for me. I like the fleece on our next buck. I like the way he moves about the ring. I guess I could change him in his mouth a little bit if I could move him up farther, but it's still a nice buck in his own right. We get to the next buck, really a beautiful fleece on this sheep. I really like the fleece on this sheep. I think we'd like to straighten him up a little bit in these lines, maybe get him a little more freer off of those back legs. As we move to our next ram, maybe just a ram that's given up some size and scale and total consistency in fleece as we have in some of the other rams. And so goes for our next ram. Maybe not as smooth in that front end, but a ram that you sure can appreciate as he moves about the ring. Congratulations. Thank you.
Now ready for Lincoln Senior Ram Lambs. White Lincoln Senior Ram Lambs to the ring, please. Placing on the yearling ram class, first place to entry 5, Boersma, 15209, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. Second place to entry 1, Chrome, 1501, Richard Chrome, Charleston, Illinois. Third to entry 3, Raider Lincolns, Danvers, Illinois. 4 to entry 6, Chris Jones, Prineville, Oregon. 5 to entry 4, Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware. And 6 to entry 2, Allison Unger, Medina, Ohio.
Well, these young people have brought out some really good ram lambs here, and the two I'm starting with, just beautiful fleeces on these rams. The ram I'm going to lead off the class with, a very stout ram. He's a very long-topped ram, a ram that I really appreciate his rib shape, a deep-bodied ram, good bone work under him. As he said, too, he's got a good set of horns on him. But a very masculine-looking ram. Then you look at that fleece, it's just beautiful. Very soft, very lustrous. I really appreciate the crimp work up there on that front shoulder. Just a very, very nice fleece to look at. Our ram here in second gives up a little bit of that length to our first ram. But again, a ram that I appreciate the way he travels about the ring. He's got good bone work under him. A ram, again, good horn set. Again, a very beautiful fleece on him. Open that up. I like that crimp. I like the softness all the way through. Just two good fleeces here that show me a lot of quality at this point in their time. The next ram down here is a bigger bodied ram, a ram that I do appreciate him for that. He's a deep bodied ram. He's got a lot of rib, a ram that very long down that top line. Where this ram gives up is on that quality of fleece. Not quite the fleece quality, the softness, the crimp that we had in our rams above him. But again, he's a very good ram in his own right. Then the ram that closes the group down here, a little harsher on that fleece, but he also gives up a little bit on that horn work. So really nice class. Congratulations to you. You'll get it.
Placing on the Shetland class of early spring ram lambs, first place goes to entry 12, Sammy Ludlam's John Snow, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Second to entry 10, Chekhov, 330454, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Third to entry 11, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. And 4 to entry 13, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Now ready for late spring ram lambs to the ring. Shetland late spring ram lambs to the ring.
Well, on the Lincoln side here, we've got 3 fall ram lambs. I think they all got good pieces and parts to them. I guess in my mind, I just have to sort out what I like, what really comes to the top for me. This ram I'm starting with, very athletic as he moves. You set him in motion, he's just a really nice ram to watch move. And when you part that fleece, he's very consistent from front to rear and walks out on a super set of feet and legs. Just a nice buck to start the class for me. I tell you, when this ram, second place ram, walked in class, I really like the profile of this sheep when I stand back 10 feet. I really like to see this sheep. He really looks, got nice straight lines to him. I guess where I have a problem puts him in second place for me when he tracks off of those back wheels. Maybe not as true as we have in our first place buck, but just a buck that fits in this second hole for me today. A really thick, meaty ram, and it's what impresses me about this breed when you get a hold of them, just how much actual thickness they have. And this is definitely the thick ram in the class. Maybe not as extended up through that front end. Maybe doesn't carry out into that dock set quite as nice as we'd like to see him. But I tell you, not a bad one in the class. Congratulations.
Placing on the white senior ram lamb class for the Lincolns, first place goes to entry 8, Boersma, 16101, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. Second place to entry 7, Chrome, 1605, Raider Lincolns, Danvers, Illinois. And third to entry 9, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois.
As I told the young ladies out here, two very, very nice rams that if you look at different things, there's subtle differences in them. Two very, very nice fleeces. Yes, I know the white fleece. People always kind of tend to go to the white fleece, but this is a very, very good fleece on this first ram. Really like the crimp up there in that front third. A tremendous body on this ram, a ram that I love the bone work under him. I love him, and he travels out. He walks very free and easy. Good horn set to him. A very complete ram to lead off the class. A ram that pushed him very hard here in that second hole. Again, a wonderful fleece on that ram. Again, wonderful crimp to that ram. Where he separates just a little bit is on the bone. I'd like to see just a tad more bone under that ram. But two rams that have a lot of rib to them. They have a lot of body capacity, and I really do appreciate that about them. Very worthy of that first and second place. The next two rams down here, the ram that falls in here third is a big-bodied ram, a ram that I really appreciate the bone on him. He's got good horns. A ram that's very straight in these lines. Just would like to brighten and luster that fleece up just a little bit today to get around these two ahead of him. Then the ram down here that closes this early group out here. Again, a ram that's got a lot of depth of body. I really appreciate the substance to him. I appreciate the bone that he has. Just not quite as correct on those feet and legs as the ones ahead of him, and not quite the lustrous to that fleece that we had on the lambs ahead of him. And I know we're hitting that time of year when we're starting to get where it's really getting harsh to keep those fleeces really nice. But doing a very nice job. Very nice class here. Thank you.
Placing on the late spring Ram Lamb class for the Shetlands. First place to entry 18, Liberty Acres Ray, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Second to entry 17, Traveler, 330469, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Third place to 15, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. 4 to 16, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. 5 to entry 14, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. 6 to entry 20, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. And 7 to 19, Becky O'Neill, Shirley, Indiana.
Well, just a super set of Lincoln Rams out here to select today. I mean, it gets to be a personal preference for me. I always like a sheep that has a presence in the show ring, and really when you view them and you see that extension into them, we bring them out here in this green sawdust. Granted, this buck's probably running with the shortest fleece, but he's got enough fleece for me to evaluate as we sort through them. I think we can, as long as there's enough fleece for me to evaluate, we don't mind trimming these sheep. If there's enough fleece for me, I'm going to run that way because they look good that way sometimes. But this buck really stands out for me. Very extended in his front end. Handle's really neat down that top. When you part that fleece, you're not disappointed. When you set this sheep in motion, he puts on a show for you this afternoon, and just a beautiful ram to start the class with. I tell you, just a super complete sheep, and you'll hear me use that terminology a lot today. Just a super complete sheep, really straight down that top. Got a lot of meat and muscle working end to end. Granted, he's not as long as our first place buck, but there's a lot of good in this sheep. I think he's the kind of putting that second hole for me today. And third place ram, just a really nice ram, very consistent from end to end on that in that fleece. I guess when we have to take them apart, when we start doing that, maybe not as extended as the 2 bucks we have above him, but just a nice sheep as well. We get to the next sheep, really a good fleece on this buck, very consistent all the way through. Maybe not like to see him trail off those back wheels, just a little different for me to get him any higher in a class, but there's a lot of good in this buck. Another meat wagon here is a buck, just a lot of thickness working end to end. Maybe don't have that extension that we see in some of the other bucks, but I think a buck that pulls into the side profile pretty nice for me today. Congratulations.
Now ready for White Lincoln Junior Ram Lambs. Junior Ram Lambs. Placing on the intermediate Ram Lamb class for the White Lincoln show, first to entry 11, Raider 515, Raider Lincolns, Danvers, Illinois. Second to entry 10, Gargis Girls 47, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 15, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. 4 to 13, Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware. 5 to 14, Beverly Boersma. And 6 to entry 16, Allison Unger, Medina, Ohio. 7 to entry 12, Robert Sando, Arcanum, Ohio. Placing on the pair Ram Lamb class for the Shetland, first place to Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Second to Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Third to Samantha Ledlam, Hopkins, Michigan.
first of all, I want to commend you folks for bringing out a very, very good set of Shetland Rams all the way through. It's been a pleasure to evaluate them. I think today for me it's quite easy to pick our champion, taking nothing away from the rest of you. Just a good set of sheep all the way through. But today the 2 yearlings are going to be your champion in reserve. 2 very, very high quality individuals. Congratulations to you.
Get a quick
I want to see that ram.
Sam, you want to get in there?
Picture?
For our Shetland show, the grand champion ram was our class winner from the yearling ram class, Windswept Knuckles, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. The reserve grand champion was second place in that yearling ram class, Liberty Acres Ernie, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Now ready for yearling ewes.
Boy, really a nice set of buck lambs out here to sort. Really gets to be a personal preference as you're evaluating these sheep. I guess that when it comes down to it, length of body on this first place buck really pulls him into that front hole for me. Boy, moves out on a good set of feet and legs, and handles really straight down that top. Very consistent through and through on that fleece. Got some bone work working underneath. I mean, just a nice buck lamb to start the class. So goes for a second buck lamb. I mean, just a beautiful sheep to evaluate straight down those lines. I guess if you really have to, we can't give 2 first place ribbons out here, but this buck just shortens up a little from our first place. That gets him in second place. That's the only reason. We get to our next buck, maybe shortens up even a little more, but a really nice fleece on this sheep, a really nice handle to this sheep. As you evaluate him and you move down that top, he's just as straight as you want him to go. A lot of meat and muscle working through this sheep, and I like that. Then we get to our next buck, maybe not as far along as far as his makeup, as far as really show right, but I like the fleece on him, very consistent across through and through. Just maybe not handle him with quite that depth that we'd like to see, or like we have in the sheep above him. Get to our next buck, I'd like to score him out into that rump structure a little bit. Maybe just change that fleece just a little bit on this sheep as well. We get to our next buck, just a real bold buck, a buck that I really kind of like a lot of things about him, but boy, he's really bad in that eye today, and that kind of good set of bucks, and that's about the way to sort him out. But nice set of bucks all the way through. Congratulations to each and every one of you.
Placing on the white Lincoln Junior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 18, Boersma 16213, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. Second place to 17, Raider 517, Raider Lincolns, Danvers, Illinois. Third to 21, Taylor Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. 4 to 20, Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware. 5 to 19, Taylor Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. 6 to 22, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. Now ready for pair of Ram Lambs. For the Lincoln show, we're now ready to show for champion and reserve champion ram. Following that, we'll show best white fleeced ram. Placing on the pair Ram Lamb class, first place goes to Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. Second place to Raider Lincolns, Danvers, Illinois. Third to Taylor Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. And 4 to Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware.
two very close ewes here to lead off this class, but I'm going to start off with the ewe that, to me, puts the most together. She's a big volume ewe. She has a lot of rib shape. You get your hands on her. She shows me more dimension to that rib than we have in our second place ewe, a little longer down that hind saddle than we have in our second place ewe, but and maybe just a tad heavier bone, but not much. But a very nice ewe, a ewe that's got an adequate fleece on her. Our ewe here in second, I really do appreciate the substance, the volume of this ewe. A ewe, as I said, I get my hands on her. She's not quite as shapely in that rib as what we had in our first ewe. A ewe that, I appreciate the bone work that she has. I appreciate the correctness when she walks about the ring, very free and easy. Just a very, very good individual for that second hole. We come into the third ewe here as, again, as a high volume ewe, a ewe that pretty heavy boned. I appreciate that about her. Just not as correct on those feet and legs as our first two ewes. A ewe that appreciate that about the fleece. It's very lustrous. But a ewe, as I said, needs to be just a little more correct on those feet and legs. Our ewe here in the fourth hole, again, a ewe that's got some length to her, got some substance, got some volume. I really appreciate the bone she has. She just needs to be, again, a little more correct to move up any higher today. And then the ewe that down here in the fifth hole, a ewe that very, very stylish ewe, very pretty ewe, just finer in that bone work, little shorter on that side profile. And then the ewe that closes the group down here, again, a ewe that I'd like to change her off of those rear legs as she moves about the ring. Very, very nice class, though, of yearling ewes out here. Congratulations to you.
Well, you Lincoln exhibitors should be commended. I don't have a bad one in the class out here. I mean, as far as this champion drive, just a super set of sheep. For you, those that know me, I like a good solid sheep. I want them to, when you set them in motion, I want their feet to move down the way we like to see them. We want them up on their toes. I like a big bone sheep as well. With all those things said, I think each and every one of these sheep are deserving to be out here. There's certain ones that step out to me, and for today I'm going to use your yearling buck. He's just a big stout boy, and that's how he's going to win the banner. Congratulations to both of you. Congratulations. I tell you what, when we go back to our second yearling ram, a ram that we really like the style and the balance that this ram has, but this January ram really pulled out for me really nice. He'll be a reserve. Congratulations, sir. Good job.
For the Lincolns, we're now ready for best fleece. Best fleece, please. Placing on the yearling ewes for the Shetlands. First place went to entry 23, Windswept Zelda, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Second place to entry 27, Liberty Acres Elf, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Third place to 22, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. 4 to 24, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. 5 to 26, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. And 6 to 25, Anna Hopkins of Zionsville, Indiana. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Shetlands, first place to Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Second, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. And third, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Now ready for senior ewe lambs for the Shetlands. For the National Lincoln Show in the white division, our champion ram was the yearling ram. Entry number 5, Boersma, 15209, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. The reserve champion ram, entry 11, out of the intermediate ram lamb class, Raider, 515, Raider Lincolns of Danvers, Illinois. Again, we're doing best fleece ram. In the Lincoln Show, our best white fleeced ram went to entry number 16 from the intermediate ram lamb class, Chaotic 15-2 Cabernet. Allison Unger, Medina, Ohio.
Very nice class here of fall lambs. Lamb I'm going to start with. I really appreciate the straightness of lines of this lamb. You get your hands on her. She's very straight down that top. She ties together very nicely as we come out of those shoulders. She carries out to a long hind saddle, a lamb that you appreciate her for her bone work. She travels very free and easy about the ring. All these lambs are starting to get that winter look on their fleece. So yes, they all got a good fleece on them. They got good luster, softness to it. Not that much difference as far as the fleece. We're looking more now in this class as structural development, as of substance, so on. The lamb in second, a little bigger statured lamb, a lamb that has a little more skeletal growth than our first place lamb, but a lamb that doesn't tie together quite as nicely as we come out of those shoulders back into that rack area. A lamb that I'd like to straighten her just a tad back over that tail head, maybe travel and make her travel a little wider off of those rear legs as we move about the ring. But again, a very, very nice lamb there for the second hole. Our lamb here in third, and we go back to a little smaller statured lamb, a little shorter sided, a lamb that's not quite as correct on those rear legs as the lambs ahead of it, but again, a lamb that you really got to appreciate for the total substance that she has. Our lamb in the next hole down here is a finer bone lamb, a lamb that I would like to see maybe a little more hip structured better to her to move her up any higher today. Then the lamb that closes the group down here, just a lamb that I'd like to change her down that top line. She has really good bone work under her. Just need to see her a little longer, a little stronger as we come out of those shoulders. Very nice class. Thank you.
Now ready for Shetland early spring ewe lambs. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class, first place to entry number 30, Liberty Acres Elsa. Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Second to 32, Sammy Ludlam's Melisandre. Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Third place to entry 28, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. 4 to 31, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. And 5 to entry number 29, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana.
Very, very nice set of ewe lambs out here. Lamb I'm going to start with, a lamb I really like the bone work under this lamb. I like the way the lamb walks about the ring. I really appreciate the rib, the length of top. And then you look at this fleece, just a very, very beautiful fleece. Very good crimp up here in that front third, and then we get into the middle of the body, and we still see a tad of crimp in there, and it's very good, very uniform. And I said I don't talk about uniformity, but I do there in that particular instance. But this lamb has a really good fleece throughout, a very soft, lustrous fleece. Young man's lamb here in second. Again, a very longer top lamb than we had in first. Not quite the fleece quality of that lamb we had in first, but a lamb I really appreciate the structural correctness of this lamb. Just starting to get a tad down on those front pasterns for me today, but a very, very nice lamb for the second hole. The lamb here in third gives up some of that fleece quality to the two lambs ahead of her. Not quite the crimp that I'd like to see up there in that front shoulder, but a very good structural correct lamb. The lamb then that closes the group down here, very long top lamb. I really like the lamb for the bone that it has. Where I got to change this lamb as we come out of those shoulders tends to really dip for me. But very, very nice class here. Thank you.
Placing on the Shetland Early Spring Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 36, Liberty Acres Pansy, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Second to 35, Sammy Ludlam's Era Stark, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Third place to 33, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. And 4 to 34, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a stinging set of females out in this class, and I mean all the way through. Just really nice handle, good fleeces all the way through. I think it really gets a little tough, and it gets to be personal preference when you get these sheep set out here. I bought 6 out on this side because I thought 6 were worthy of being on this side. There's just so many parts and pieces as a breeder of sheep, and when we get sheep like you have that deep of females, whether they belong to you or your neighbor or whoever, when you have good females all the way through, it's a really plus for your breed. But I think this girl here, right here, brings it to the top for me. Boy, she's just as straight. Got that bone work working from end to end on her. Beautiful fleece from end to end. Just a sheep that brings herself to the top. A really nice female. We get to her next ewe. Maybe shortens up in that hind saddle a little bit. I tell you, but there's a lot of good in this sheep. She's really got a beautiful fleece on her from front to rear. A ewe that really upheaded. I think a ewe that works into this second hole really nice for me. Another nice female, maybe a little more. She's got a lot of rib shape to her. Maybe not quite as extended into the front end, maybe not as much of a show sheep as we have in the 2, but I'll tell you, there's a lot of good in this female as well. I'll tell you, our big sheep in the class, as far as tons heavy, she's really a good ewe, just a good solid sheep. Maybe a little more on her for me today. That didn't bother me as much. I love her fleece from front to rear. I guess what I set really brought her down into that 4th place for me is the way she moves off that one back leg, and we could change that about her. She'd move up a ton for me. A real level, straight top ewe is our next ewe in line. Nice bone on this ewe. Maybe not as consistent on that fleece as we have in some of the other ones, but I sure do like when I get my hands on a hander. Maybe one of the smaller ewes in our top lineup, but a ewe that really handles with a lot of authority all the way down through. When you set this ewe in motion, she really moves out really free and easy. But congratulations to each and every one of you breeders. There's a lot of good ewes all the way down through. Thank you.
Again, now ready for pair of yearling ewes in the Lincoln Show. Pair of yearling ewes. Placing on the white yearling ewes for the Lincoln Show. First place goes to entry 30, Raider 443. Raider Lincolns of Danvers, Illinois. Second place to entry number 37, Locust Grove 536, Halsey, Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware. Third place to entry number 24, Diane Klingelhofer, Marriottsville, Maryland. Fourth place to entry number 26, Lloyd Bergener of Richland Center, Wisconsin. 5 to 27, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. Sixth place to entry 36, Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. 7 to entry 34, Raider Lincolns, Danvers, Illinois. 8 to 33, Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. 9 to entry number 35, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. And 10 to entry 28, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Lincoln Show. First place goes to Raider Lincolns, Danvers, Illinois. Second place, Taylor Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. Third, Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware. And 4, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. Now ready for senior ewe lambs. Senior ewe lambs.
Very, very nice class here of late spring ewe lambs. Ewe lamb I'm going to start with, and I talked to the young ladies. I really like the fleeces on both of these lambs. They show me a lot of crimp up there in that first third. Then we see a lot of softness, luster, and we get into that middle, and then a good fleece when we get back to the rear quarter. The ewe I'm going to start with, when I get my hands in on her, she's got a little more shape to that rib than our second place ewe. She's got a little longer in that hind saddle. Really appreciate the bone work that she has. She travels just a little bit better when I put her in motion around the ring. Just a very, very nice ewe to lead off the class. The next ewe, as I said, just a very good fleece on her. Again, she's pretty heavy boned, a nice young lamb, a lamb that tends to give up just a little bit of that rib shape that we had in that first ewe, but two very, very nice ewes to lead off the class. Then we come in here to two bigger ewes that there's nothing wrong with them either. They give up fleece quality to those first two ewes. They've got a lot of substance to them. They've got a lot of bone to them. Just a real nice set of ewes there in that third and fourth hole. The fifth ewe down here tends to get a little finer boned, a little more coarse in that fleece. I'd like to change that about her, but again, a very ewe that's got a lot of substance to her. Then we come down here to probably three, most likely of the youngest ewes in the class. Very nice fleeces on them. They just give up a lot of thickness. You get your hands in there on that fleece, they're very shallow ribbed. I'd like to see more shape to that rib to move them up any higher today. Like to see a more length of top to them. But a very, very nice class here of late ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Now ready to show pair ewe lambs for the Shetlands. Placing on the late spring ewe lamb class for the Shetlands. First place to entry number 42, Liberty Acres Punk, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Second place to entry 37, Lau 048, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Third to 38, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. 4 to 39, Samantha Ludlam. 5 to entry 41, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. 6 to 40, Becky O'Neill, Shirley, Indiana. 7 to entry 44, Becky O'Neill, and 8 to entry number 43, Becky O'Neill.
On the Lincoln side here, we've just got a real complete female to start the class with. There's just a lot of good in her, really straight down those lines. It moves out on a super set of feet and legs. Just a real nice female, I think, to start the class with. We get right next to you, just a tons heavy ewe lamb without a doubt. A ewe that maybe just has a little more on her ribs I'd like to see for a lamb today. Maybe like to see her move out on those feet and legs, but her total size and scale, I appreciate that, and that's why we get her in the second hole. We get to our next ewe lamb here, maybe not quite as consistent through that fleece, but a nice big massive ewe with a lot of rib shape. I think a ewe that has a lot of broodiness to her. I think a ewe that deserves that third hole pretty nice. Maybe one of the smaller ewe lambs in this class, but boy, a ewe lamb and our fourth place ewe lamb, just a good straight top ewe. A nice sheep, just giving up some pounds heavy to the ewes above them, but a nice set of ewes all the way through. Congratulations.
Placing on the White Lincoln Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry number 41, Boersma, 16112, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. Second place to entry number 39, RLA 15F77, Lloyd Bergener of Richland Center, Wisconsin. Third to entry 40, Robert Sando, Arcanum, Ohio. And 4 to entry 42, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. Placing on the Shetland pair of ewe lamb class, first place to Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Second, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Third, Anna Hopkins of Zionsville, Indiana. Now showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Shetland ewe. Following that, best fleece on hoof, and then the flock.
Well, folks, it's a shame that we don't have a lot more crowd around here. Beautiful set of Shetlands today, especially the females. It's been a pleasure really going through them. You've brought out a very good set of sheep. You're making a lot of progress since the last time I've been able to evaluate them. Really appreciate that about them. Just keep up the good work. Today it's quite easy for me. These two yearlings are going to be your champion in reserve. Congratulations to you.
Grand Champion ewe for your Shetland show was first place yearling ewe, entry 23, Windswept Zelda, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. The reserve Grand Champion ewe was our second place yearling ewe, entry number 27, Liberty Acres Elf, Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Now ready for Best Fleece on Hoof. Best Fleece on Hoof. Best fleece for the Shetland Show goes to the Early Spring Ram Lamb of Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana, on entry 10, checkoff 330454. Again, now ready for our class of Shetland flock.
Well, I apologize for taking a little longer. Boy, there's some nice ewe lambs out here. If you were going to want to get started in the Lincoln business and have a set of yearling ewes, you'd be in the business here real quick. I started with this ewe, and she's maybe not the longest bodied ewe of the bunch. She maybe doesn't reach out and grab you, but the more you analyze this ewe lamb, she's just solid as a rock. I like the foot size that this sheep has. I think she really excels on that. She doesn't excel in length of body, but her foot size, her presence in the ring, she moves out so good on her feet and legs. Just a good, complete sheep to start the class with. So we get to our next ewe lamb. Our ewe lamb is just gorgeous, especially when you get your hands on her. I guess when you set her in motion, she wants to walk a little wider than I'd like to see her, but that's being nitpicky. She don't carry quite the foot size that we have the ewe and the ewe above her, but really straight down that top. Another nice ewe's our next ewe, really just straight down that top. Really beautiful in that fleece. Maybe not the extension that we have in the first two ewes, but another nice ewe's going to make a really stinging yearling ewe. We get to our next ewe here, just a really, really pretty fronted sheep, a ewe that maybe I'd like to see her have a little more bone, maybe a little more consistent in her fleece, but another super good female. So we get to our next ewe lamb, a ewe lamb that moves out very free and easy, just maybe not quite the extension that we have in the ewes above her, maybe not handle with as much as authority down that top, but boy, she really opens that fleece, very consistent, but a very nice set of ewe lambs all the way through. Congratulations.
Now ready for Lincoln Junior ewe lambs. Placing on the intermediate ewe lamb class, first place to entry 43, Raider 507, Raider Lincolns, Danvers, Illinois. Second to 44, Raider 514, Raider Lincolns. Third place to 48, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. 4 to 46, Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware. 5 to 50, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. 6 to 51, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. 7 to entry number 45, Ashton Anderson, Ash Grove, Missouri. 8 to 49, Robert Sando, Arcanum, Ohio. And 9th place to 47, Bailey Towery of New Madison, Ohio. placing on the flock class for the Shetlands. First place goes to Samantha Ludlam of Hopkins, Michigan. Second place and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Shetland Show is Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. And third in the flock class, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. That does conclude our Shetland Show. Our judge has been Sam Wyford of Wapakoneta, Ohio.
Once again, a very nice set of females as we watch these, set these ewe lambs in motion. Nate's first set of ewe lambs, just beautiful in their way they move, and when you handle them down the top and you open that fleece, everything comes together. Once again, if you're wanting to get started into the Lincoln business, I don't think you could go wrong with either one of these ewes. I guess when you get down and sort them, this ewe just to put the 13th rib back's a little longer in her makeup compared to our second place ewe. And I do apologize for switching those ewes, but as I lined them up out here, these two ewes went together so nice for me, made in similar in type and kind. I just didn't feel right about having that there. But like I said about our second place ewe, shortens up on the side profile just a little bit, still carries the bone, still carries that extension, just once again shortens up. Our next ewe lamb, I give her a little more bone. I love the fleece this ewe has. She really opens that fleece. It really grabs you. She's a beautiful fleeced ewe. Just maybe doesn't have quite the bone, quite the rump structure that we has on the two above. We get to another ewe, a really bold ewe, a ewe that I think has a lot of good dinner. I like to change her, maybe extend her up into that front end, get a little bit of chest out of her. But a ewe, when you watch her move about the ring, she's very free and easy. When we get to our next ewe, just a beautiful fleece on this ewe. When we open it up, shortens up on the side profile as far as getting higher in the class for me today. But a ewe that you sure do appreciate the fleece and the way she moves about the ring. One of the smaller ewes in classes, our next ewe, I left her out here in 6th. Boy, she handles with a ton of authority down that top. She's got a lot of meat and muscle working from end to end. But a beautiful set of Lincoln ewe lambs all the way down through. Congratulations to each and every one of you.
Now ready for pair of ewe lambs. Pair ewe lambs placing on the junior ewe lamb class for our White Lincoln show. First to entry 52, Raider 506, Raider Lincolns, Danvers, Illinois. Second place to entry 54, Raider 510, Raider Lincolns, Danvers, Illinois. Third to 53, Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware. 4 to entry 58, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. 5 to entry number 62, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. 6 to 60, Taylor Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. 7 to 55, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. 8 to 56, Taylor Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. 9 to 61, Allison Unger, Medina, Ohio. And 10 to entry number 59, Bailey Towery, New Madison, Ohio. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion White Lincoln U. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Lincolns, first place goes to Raider Lincolns, Danvers, Illinois. Second, Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware. Third, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. And 4 to Taylor Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. We need the second place senior ewe lamb of Bergeners. Entry 39 in here to show for champion and reserve champion ewe.
Well, I'll tell you, this white Lincoln show is very impressive. As breeders, and I know have talked about that, I really like this breed of sheep. I get to admire them and handle them, and the bone work that you have underneath, and we can discuss each and every one of them. We discussed them in class. I think there's a lot of good females out of here. I don't think there's a lot of good females. I know there's a lot of good females out here, and I mean, anybody that wants to get in the Lincoln business, they're going to be right on when it comes to as far as getting this job done. It's just a good, powerful set of females. And with that said, I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion in reserve. Thank you.
Champion ewe for the White Lincoln Show goes to entry 30. First place yearling ewe, Raider 443. Raider Lincolns, Danvers, Illinois. The reserve champion goes to our first place in the junior ewe lamb class, entry 52. Raider 506. Raider Lincolns of Danvers, Illinois. Now ready for best ewe fleece. Best ewe fleece. Best Fleeced Ewe of the Lincoln White Show goes to entry number 24, Klingelhofer 1459, Diane Klingelhofer, Marriottsville, Maryland. Now ready for Young Flock. Placing on the White Lincoln Young Flock class, first place to Raiders Lincolns of Danvers, Illinois. Second place to Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware. Third to Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. And fourth to Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Placing on the White Lincoln Flock class, first place in the flock, the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the White Lincoln Show, Raider Lincolns of Danvers, Illinois. Second in the flock, Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware. Third, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. And 4, Taylor Garges, Telford, Pennsylvania. That does conclude our White Lincoln portion. Now ready to go to Natural Colored Lincoln.
We have 2 prizes.
The Lincoln breeders have done a raffle and a drawing taking place right now. There's 2 prizes. The first prize goes to Mike Fox from Ohio. Mike, if you're here.
all of that's good. When we get into the natural colored link, get it, the natural colored class here, just a nice ram, really good on his feet and legs, really open that fleece, it just really brightens up on you, just a really nice fleece in this ram. He looks a little maybe like he's a little more rugged far as a ram, far as a breeding sheep as we get down the road. Get to our next buck, when we view him from 5 feet back, yeah, really pretty ram. When you open that fleece, it maybe doesn't fall down like we'd like it to, maybe never come to gross, but a really nice ram when you handle him down the top. We get to our next ram that just get him in motion, maybe not moves out as free and easy. Maybe this ram's done some breeding. He's not quite as in show order, but 3 nice rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the yearling ram class for natural colored Lincolns. First place to entry 63, Klingelhofer 1504, Diane Klingelhofer, Marriottsville, Maryland. Second to entry 65, Christie 519, Chris Jones, Prineville, Oregon. Third to 64, Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware.
Jeep, we just have the one natural Lincoln ram, fall ram lamb in this class, but boy, he's a nice one. You handle him down that top, really straight in those lines. When he moves about the ring, very free and easy, and when you part that fleece, it's very fresh and uniform through and through. A nice ram. Congratulations.
Placing on the senior ram lamb class for the natural colored Lincolns, first place to entry 66, Reed 15-39, Essence, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Now ready for intermediate ram lambs,
starting our class here in the Ram Lamb. It's just really super straight in these lines, really open that fleece. It's very, very uniform from front to rear, really square on his toes when he moves about the ring. A really easy winner for me to start the class. We get to the next Ram Lamb. I mean, Ram that's maybe not as at 12 o'clock in his show readiness, but a Ram that I like the fleece on him. I like there's pieces and parts of this Ram I think will make a good Ram as well. We get to our next Ram, just maybe not the size and scale that we have in the other Rams, really a nice fleece all the way through. Congratulations.
Now ready for natural colored Lincoln Junior Ram Lambs. Placing on the class of natural colored intermediate Ram Lambs for the Lincoln Show. First place goes to entry 68, Reed 1636, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Second to 71, Locust Grove 547, Leon, Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware. Third to 72, Allison Unger, Medina, Ohio.
In our late Lincoln natural color class here, so a little smaller size Ram, but he just really opens up with a really beautiful fleece through and through, moves out on a good set of feet and legs. I just thought I'd bring him up here. Get to our next Ram, a little larger Ram. I like that about him. I like the length the body has. Just really hard when you get to open that fleece. Just not quite the luster in this fleece that we have in the buck above him. But congratulations, two nice Rams.
Now ready for pair Ram Lambs. Placing on the natural colored Lincoln Junior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 74, Reed 1615, Robert Sando, Arcanum, Ohio. Second place to entry 73, Locust Grove 582, Mac, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. Next class will be champion and reserve champion ram. Placing on the pair of ram lambs, first place goes to Mindy Reed of Houstonia, Missouri. Second place to Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. Following the selection of our champion and reserve champion ram for the natural colored Lincoln show, we'll have best ram fleece.
We didn't have a lot of natural colored Lincoln Rams out here, but I think we've got a lot of quality running deep through down here. I think there's some Rams out here that stood out to me when they come in class. I think get these Rams kind of ranting around this time of year, and climate changes, different things. Our fleeces maybe get a little off kilter a little bit, especially with these bucks. But today, this fall Ram, he really sticks out. He's just a nice sheep. I guess when we get in our next ram, between my maybe early spring ram lamb and not taking anything away from my late spring ram lamb, I really like the fleece on, but I'm going to go ahead and use my reserve on my yearling buck. I really like the fleece on him. He's a big, rugged buck. I think he's got a lot of future to him. Congratulations. Yep.
Champion ram for the natural colored portion of the Lincoln natural colored Lincoln show is 66. Our senior ram lamb, Reed 1539 Essence, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. The reserve champion ram, entry number 63, the yearling ram, Klingelhofer 1504, Diane Klingelhofer, Marriottsville, Maryland. Again, now best ram fleece. Best ram fleece is your next class. Best Ram Fleece for the Natural Colored Lincoln Show goes to entry number 63. Out of the yearling Ram class, Klingelhofer 1504, Diane Klingelhofer, Marriottsville, Maryland. Now ready to move into our female portion of the show. Need Natural Colored Lincoln yearling ewes to the ring.
very impressive natural colored yearling ewe class. I brought them out on a side profile. I think they're all worth talking about. The ewe that brings herself to the top, boy, she just got so much rib shape, really moves out with a lot of authority when you set her in motion. Just a female that combinations everything, meat, muscle, and the whole 9 yards for me. Just a nice female. I think this next female follows her, most similar in type and kind. Maybe not as consistent through and through on the fleece. Nice fleece on this ewe. Maybe not the foot size that we have in our first ewe, but I think a ewe that fits into that second hole very nicely. I tell you, our real complete ewe is our next ewe. Maybe don't have that extreme front end to her, but boy, there's just a lot of good pieces in this female, and that's why she's in third hole. As we move on down, we've got a ewe there that's a little on the green side, but boy, she's real friendly to the eye when you view her at 5 feet back. She's just maybe not as consistent in that fleece as well. As we get to our next ewe, I tell you a ewe that I really like this ewe. It's just her fleece is just getting a little out of hand right now, and I know that can change as time goes on, but right now, but as far as body shape, there's not a ewe in here that didn't handle with a really extreme super top on them, and that's real impressive to me. As we get to our next ewe, maybe a ewe that gets a little off in her back legs as she moves about the ring, but boy, once again, just a really super topped ewe, a lot of meat and muscle working from end to end. We get to our next ewe, another super topped ewe. Nice, like the extension in this ewe, like to see a little more bone in this ewe, like to see her a little more free on the walk, but boy, you guys got a nice set. Congratulations.
Now ready for pair yearling ewes. Pair yearling ewes, please. Placing on the class of yearling ewes in the natural colored Lincoln Show. First place to entry 78, Reed, 1516, Gazelle, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Second place to 75, Reed, 1447, Chanel, K. Stadelli of Gardner, Kansas. Third to 76, Brittany Anderson, Ash Grove, Missouri. 4 to 82, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. 5 to 81, Allison Unger, Medina, Ohio. 6 to 80, Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware. 7 to 79, Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware.
Boy, just an absolute stinging pair of fall ewe lambs here to start this class. I mean, I think you could flip a coin and do what you wanted. I like the extension our first place ewe has. I like maybe the rump structure a little better on her. She's very consistent. As we get to her second ewe, she's a little maybe not quite as extended, but maybe have a tick more bone. I mean, you can throw a coin in different directions on this pair, but I really like both of them. They're very good sheep. We get to our next ewe, very nice fleece on this ewe, maybe not as extended, maybe don't have the bone working underneath ever as we have in the ewes above, but 3 really nice fall ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the senior ewe lambs, first place to entry number 84, Reed, 1538, Victoria. Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Second place to entry 85, Reed, 1540, Secret. Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Third to 86, Lloyd Bergener of Richland Center, Wisconsin. Now ready for intermediate ewe lambs.
Another nice class of ewe lambs here. We're starting with the most complete ewe lamb in my mind. Really handles really super down that top. When you set this ewe lamb in motion, she's really nice to see her move about the ring, very free and easy. And when we look at that fleece, it's very consistent from end to end. We get to our next ewe lamb. The ewe lamb's maybe is not as true through her, down her top as the ewe above her. She's maybe a tick longer in that hind saddle, but another really nice female that you like to evaluate. We get to our next ewe lamb, maybe not as straight in her lines, maybe don't have quite the bone, but a ewe lamb you really like the fleece, very consistent from front to rear. We get to our next ewe lamb, maybe not carrying the bone work underneath ever that we have in some of the ewes above, but 4 really nice ewe lambs. Congratulations to all you exhibitors.
Now ready for junior ewe lambs. Junior ewe lambs, please. Placing on the intermediate ewe lamb class for the natural colored Lincoln Show. First place to entry 89, Reed 1637, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Second place to 91, Reed 1608, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Third place to entry 90, Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware. And fourth to 92, Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware. Now showing junior ewe lambs.
Another impressive set of sheep out here as well, females we have to evaluate. You start with the ewe lamb here. They just bring, when you get your hands on her, she's really long down that top. Open that fleece, just a beautiful fleece working from Indian. Moves out on a good set of feet and legs. Just a nice female. We get to our next ewe, a ewe that I love the meat and muscle this ewe has. She's got tons of meat working from Indian. Maybe shortens up from that 13th rib back, just a little bit above our first place ewe, but another fine ewe lamb as well. We get to our next ewe. It's a side profile. When I look at her, probably 10 feet back, I really like this ewe lamb. She's really square on those toes, really set her in motion. She's pretty cool to watch work around the ring. Maybe not as square down that top as we have in there, but she's really got a beautiful fleece as well. As we move down to our next ewe lamb, she's just giving up some days to the ewe lambs above them, but a ewe lamb that moves out on this good set of feet and legs, but nice set all the way through. Congratulations to each and every one of you.
Now ready for pair of ewe lambs. Pair ewe lambs, please. Placing on the junior ewe lamb class for the natural colored Lincolns, first place goes to entry 93, Locust Grove 580, Dahlia, Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware. Second to 95, Reed 1638, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Third to 96, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. And 4 to 94, Brittany Anderson, Ashgrove, Missouri. Now showing pair of ewe lambs. That'll be followed by our champion and reserve champion ewe class. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Second, Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion ewe.
Well, it sure has been my pleasure to judge this set of sheep today. I mean, there is, if you are a person that's sitting either at home or watching here in the bleachers, they don't get too much better than this when you view this set of females out here. I mean, if you know, you wanted to get into the Lincolns, these are, you handle these sheep, they're super down their tops, super in their fleeces, moves about on free legs. I mean, just a wonderful, and I've thoroughly enjoyed doing this breed as well as the white breed. Just a nice set of sheep. You know, they're a breed of sheep that I think are looks to be very doable, but at the same time very nice to work with. So my hats are off to you guys. Congratulations on all your successes. And with that said, I'm going to go out here and shake the hand of the champion reserve you today. Thank you.
Now ready to show best ewe fleece. Best ewe fleece, our champion ewe for the natural colored Lincolns is entry number 78. First place yearling ewe, Reed 1516, Giselle Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. The reserve champion ewe is entry 93 out of the junior ewe lamb class, Locust Grove 580, Dahlia. Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. Getting ready for best ewe fleece. Best U fleece went to entry 93, our reserve champion U, out of the Junior U Lamb class, Locust Grove 580, Dahlia. Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware. Now ready for Young Flock. Young Flock, please. Placing on the Young Flock, first place to Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Second, Deborah Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware. Now showing the flock class. Placing on the flock class, first place and winner also of our Premier Exhibitor Award for the Natural Colored Lincoln for your national show, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Second to Deborah Vanderwindy, Greenwood, Delaware. That does conclude our National Lincoln Show. Our judge has been Steve Taylor of Pennsylvania. 5 o'clock, we will do the Supreme Rams. 5 o'clock, Supreme Champion Ram. visitors, there is a greeters meeting going on in row 22, the P10 Lincoln Center meeting. There is some up there. ready in the ring to bring those three champion Rams to the ring, please. Bring those three champion Rams to the ring. Tracy's got the list, Bruce. This is our lineup of Supreme Championship for the Supreme Ram. These are the breed champions that we've had since Sunday here at the 2016 North American. The Border Cheviot is a junior champion, is a junior Ram Lamb, Spildy 4139, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The Border Leicester White is a yearling Ram, Deacon 151974, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. The Border Leicester Natural Colored is a yearling Ram, 5302, Overlook Manor Farm, Warrenton, Virginia. The Columbia, a yearling Ram, Worm 547, Charles Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. The Corriedale is the senior champion, a yearling Ram, Freeze 502, Jonah Freeze, New Salem, North Dakota. The White Cotswold is a junior Ram Lamb, Meyer 1624, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. The Cotswold, a natural colored junior Ram Lamb, 607, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. The Dorper is a yearling Ram, Riverwood 6235, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. The White Dorper, a winter Ram Lamb, S. Bar T Livestock 559, S. Bar T Livestock, Goldthwaite, Texas. The Dorset in the Horn Division is senior champion. It's a fitted fall Ram Lamb. Castle W7366, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. The Pole Dorset is our senior champion, the fitted yearling Ram, Reynolds Stock Farm 1503, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. The Hampshire, it's the champion fitted, it's junior champion, February Ram Lamb, Caskey 6448, Pine Lawn Farm, the Caskey family, Holland, Minnesota. The Katahdin, a junior champion, February Ram Lamb, Julian 620, Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. The White Lincoln, a yearling Ram, Boersma 15209, Beverly Boersma, Murfreesboro, Illinois. The Lincoln Natural Colored is the senior Ram Lamb, Reed 1539, Essence, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. The Monadale, a junior champion, January Ram Lamb, Smith 1619, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. The Natural Colored is the champion in the medium, long, and coarse division, senior Ram Lamb, Pines Inn 1573, Who Made Who, Pines Inn Natural Coloreds, Watkins, Minnesota. The Oxford is the senior champion, yearling Ram, A. Brockman 1406, Austin Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. The Rambouillet is a yearling Ram, R50, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. The Romney in the White Division is a winter Ram Lamb, Little Hooves 604, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. The Romney in the Natural Colored is a yearling Ram, Little Hooves 537, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. The Shetland, a yearling Ram, Windswept Knuckles, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. The Shropshire, a yearling Ram, Clark 14128, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. The Southdown, a junior champion, January Ram Lamb, Wilson, Skyview Farm, Southdowns, 16005, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. The Suffolk is a fitted champion, junior champion, January Ram Lamb, Ruby Mountain, 1601, Buck Naked, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada. And the Tunis is a senior champion, Fall Ram Lamb, Spildy 3247, Kyle McCulley, Suffolks, at Glen, Pennsylvania. Let's give all of our exhibitors of champions a nice round of applause, please. Our volunteer judges for the Supreme Championship this afternoon is Matt Scramlin of Michigan, Rachel Gately of Connecticut, and Richard Jacobson of California. We thank these three for volunteering to do this. The Harold Barber Memorial Award is given to the exhibitor of the Supreme Champion Ram at the North American each year. It is a perpetual award. Mr. Barber was an English sheepman who came to the United States, worked with a number of prominent flocks, and then became shepherd at the University of Kentucky in 1922 and served that institution until his death in 1960. During his tenure at the University of Kentucky, he won more weather championships at the International Livestock Exposition than any other man. From 1922 through 1956 at Chicago, Mr. Barber won 117 firsts, 83 seconds, 49 championships, 30 reserve championships, 15 grand championships, and 9 reserve grand championships. The plaque was given to us originally by Sheep Breeder and Sheepman magazine, and it has been perpetuated. The original perpetual plaques, both for the Ram and for the ewe, were retired following the 2008 North American, and new plaques were commissioned, and beginning with the 2009 Supreme Champions were issued. In 2009, the Supreme Champion Ram went to Gehring 0922 Gehring Farm, Columbia, Missouri. In 2010, it went to BHF 2916 Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. In 2011, 40 Creek Supreme, Smith Sheep Farm, Stewardson, Illinois. In 2012, Epic, Spildy Family of Stoughton, Wisconsin. In 2013, Jerry Daniels, Plaza Hamps. In 2014, a sheep called Chip from Forsey South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky. And 2015, last year's winner, 00 Acres 15033, Sure Deal, 00 Acres Oxfords of West Union, Iowa.
First off, I'd like to go ahead and congratulate all the breeders that we have out here, and I think we should put our hands together for an outstanding set of bucks from top to bottom. As a committee, you know, you obviously go through and you have a lot of things that you're looking for as far as stud bucks yourself to add into your breeding program. I don't think you'd be disappointed in picking any of these rams in that they're extremely sound, they're correct, very typey, bucks that certainly are going to make an impact within each of the breeds that are represented out here. We ended up through committee, we went through and we were pretty agreeable when it come down to the top 5 bucks out here that I think again are extreme rams that can really do some real positive things for the sheep industry as well as each of the individual breed associations and the members and breeders that are associated with each one of them. And as we get a chance to go through and evaluate these 5, we'll go through and we start with this Dorper buck. You gotta appreciate him for the amount of massiveness and structure that he has to offer. I don't think you find too many that are built like this guy. He's got a tremendous amount of shape down his top. He measures out extremely long from that last rib back, very typey. A buck that I think is gonna be quite an impact kind of stud within the breed. He's a buck that you can really appreciate in a lot of ways. You go through and you look at our Dorset buck, a buck that's got some extension in through his front end. He goes through and he handles extremely true down his top. He's a big, wide, square hip kind of buck. You gotta really appreciate the feet and legs, the bone work that this buck has to offer with a real typey head. A buck that really shows a lot of stud capability. A ram that I thoroughly enjoyed going through and evaluating is our Black Lincoln buck, a fleece that, again, not a term that I normally use, but it's scrumptious when you go through and you look at it. It's just not normally in my vocabulary, and when you go through and you look at it, it's like got all this pop and all this character. A sheep that's got, again, a little bit of volume to that fleece, which again, and the character is really, really cool. A sheep that is, again, built really nice down his top, a very good handling sheep, a sheep that I think, again, is, again, stud caliber kind of sheep. The Rambouillet buck, there's a lot of things you got to really like about him. He's extended, he's long, he's true in his top. Again, when we go through and evaluate the fleece in this buck, he's extremely uniform in his fleece. Tremendous density to the wool fiber in this. He carries extremely deep down into his lower side as far as his quality of fleece. A buck that again stands on a wealth of bone and substance. A ram that's got a tremendous quality head on him for a Rambouillet. Just a really good buck. Then we go through and we look at our Tunis, and again, probably something that I don't see a lot of in California, but at the same time, a buck, when you look at him, he balances up extremely well. A ram for the breed is extremely straight. He measures extremely long from that last rib back. He's really cool about his breed type and his kind, very sound. I think, again, we've got 5 exceptional ones out here in a group of great bucks to go ahead and be shown to you folks today. And again, let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a big round of applause. You ready? Today's Supreme Champion Ram at our 2016 North American International Livestock Show is going to be our Tunis.
Supreme Champion Ram, the Tunis, entry number 13, Senior Champion Fall Ram Lamb, Spildy, 3247, Kyle McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Steve, I think you got the best picture. He kind of posed for you and you walked by. While our breed champion ewes are coming into the ring, we have our special award, the Shepherd Award, to be presented. The Shepherd Award, as many of you know, has been around for a long time. This is something that I think a lot of folks are really looking forward to and really measure their success and their accomplishments at the North American based on this. In 1997, this award's been going on a lot longer than that, but the plaque shows 1997 as the first year that it has, and it's ready to be retired and a new plaque bought because we're full again. But in 97, Kevin and Sarah Kuykendall were the recipients. Billy Wade in 98, Larry and Dixie McDaniel in 99, Jeremy Etzler in 2000, Kent and Dan Spildy in 2001, Kenny Moore in 2002, Jeff and Tracy Rapaski in 2003, in 2004, Judy and John Moore, 2005, Leslie Nelsh, 2006, Beverly Boersma, 2007, Jacob Reister, in 2008, it was Nancy Week, in 2009, Eric Burns, 2010, Liberty Acres. 2011, Mike Neese. In 2012, it was Billy and Betsy McCauley. In 2013, it was Kyle and Christopher McCauley. In 2014, Barb Bishop. In 2015, last year's winner, if they'll come forward, Sam and Pat Wyford, and receive their permanent cup that they get to keep, and they return the plaque. So Sam and Pat, if you'll come up and get that. Sam and Pat Wyford, please come to the show right here. This will go with this. This year, the third place winner of the Shepherd's Award is Catherine Kuykendall. Second place is Craig and Kendra Fleck. And this year's winner of the Shepherd's Award is Dusty Rinker. If Dusty's here, he needs to come up to the desk and get this. Okay. Dusty says he'll do that after they get done showing that you.
Just a hold. Yeah, they're all there. They're just a big hole right there in front of the Dorper.
No, I do.
In our lineup for champions, the Border Cheviot is a yearling ewe, McGuire, 5090, Cade Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The Border Leicester White Division, an early yearling ewe, Taylor, 15042, Overlook Manor Farm, Warrenton, Virginia. The Natural Colored Border Leicester, a yearling ewe, Bilyeu, 1506, Penny, Jenna Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. The Columbia, a yearling ewe, Bach, 5-47, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. The Corriedale, a senior ewe lamb, Wolf, 056, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. The White Cotswold, a yearling ewe, Meyer, 1516, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. The Cotswold Natural Colored is a junior ewe lamb, 617, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. The Dorper is a yearling ewe, Dry Creek Dorpers, 0544, Jessica Jean Larrick, Leesburg, Ohio. The White Dorper, a yearling ewe, Riverwood, 6225, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. The Horn Dorset, a senior champion, fitted yearling ewe, Castle, BK, 337, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia. The Pole Dorset, a senior champion, the late fitted yearling ewe, Clampy, 501, Johanna DeJora, Newburgh, Oregon. The Hampshire, the fitted champion, senior champion, yearling ewe, Quam, 5235, Jenna Sullivan, Modus, Connecticut. The Katahdin is the senior champion, yearling ewe, Julian, 534, Ed Julian, Rootstown, Ohio. The White Lincoln, a yearling ewe, Raider, 443, Raider Lincolns, Danvers, Illinois. The Natural Colored Lincoln is a yearling ewe, Reed, 1516, Giselle, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. The Monadale Junior Champion January ewe lamb, Marshall, 523, Marshall Sheep Farm, Monticello, Illinois. The Natural Colored is our champion from the medium, long, and coarse senior ewe lamb, Wolf, 1612, Love Connection, Wolf Nooner, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Oxford is a junior champion, January ewe lamb, Perzease, 1607, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. The Rambouillet, a yearling ewe, Bach, 5-36, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. The White Romney, a yearling ewe, Little Hooves, 546, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. The Natural Colored Romney, a spring ewe lamb, Higgins, 1638, Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. The Shetland, a yearling ewe, Windswept Zelda, Samantha Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. The Shropshire, a junior champion, January ewe lamb, Merzinski, 1608, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. The Southdown Senior Champion, Early Yearling U, Pleasant Springs 7070, Beckett Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The Suffolk is the Champion Fitted, Senior Champion, and Yearling U, McClure 1514, Andrews Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. And the Tunis is a Junior Champion, Early February ewe lamb, Speldy 233, Avery Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Please put your hands together and congratulate these breed champions. The plaque that they will receive is the Guy W. Hilton Memorial Award. This is another perpetual award for the Supreme Champion ewe here at the North American. Mr. Hilton was born in Maine and devoted his entire life to the sheep industry. In his early years, he served as shepherd for a number of New England flocks, including Flying Horse Farms Dorsets, and he successfully exhibited sheep from coast to coast. He was also a breeder of border collies and helped initiate some of the very first sheepdog trials. He joined the Sheepman magazine in 1938 as associate editor, a position he held even after the publication merged in 1955 with the Sheep Breeder magazine, and he held that until his death in 1974. He was also active as an auctioneer and conducted many of the top sheep sales in America. Again, this plaque originally provided by the Sheep Breeder and Sheepman magazine. We have replaced it once. The winners on the new plaque, which was commissioned in '09, started out with a champagne from Pleasant Springs, Stoughton, Wisconsin. In 2010, Shazam from Winning Way Sheep Farm, Moweaqua, Illinois. In 2011, Hideaway Ram and Ewe Farm, South Salon, Ohio. In 2012, it went to Summer Cruisin', Clark Shropshire's, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. In 2013, it went to Harper from Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. In 2014, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada, had Jackie O. And last year's winner in 2015 was Free Spirit, Dewdrop Farms, New York Mills, Minnesota. Again, our judges this year for the Supreme Championship, Matt Scramlin of Michigan, Rachel Gately of Connecticut, and Richard Jacobson of California.
got that one. Yeah, I got that one. Yeah, I got that one. And I didn't have that one. I didn't have Yeah. So far, all three of us have been taking yours. And Leanne has too. Well, three of us have been.
It is not.
Oh, I know. Definitely her wedge shape's not right. That's not supposed to be. I agree with you. But she's just angry. I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm not saying the supplements without spindle laying these. Now, guess what?
When they had to rush us.
Bruce, it's dark.
Hand me a water.
It's dark 40.
You hadn't given me time to say
cold?
please. You hadn't given me time to say
Would you like a cold one?
partially. Yes. But not water.
I'd take water and mix it with something. I'd hate to put it with that Woodford Reserve though. It just rings. Hey, Joe. Shepherd Ward is full. Is there any more spots?
Have we redone that whenever?
Oh, yeah. It's been redone once before.
So,
So I'm
well, I told Dusty that we'll take it home with us.
Yes, I did. Some cases that are like 3 times the size
Would that
of
be all right?
It was impressive.
Be acceptable?
Yeah. Of course, if you did that one.
Yeah, then we'll just do it. Well, can I just start
it's to take
this one?
like flat. Because that would be this is a nicer touch. Whenever I present it. Because I'd like it.
Yeah, but tell him we'll work on getting it in his back. If I could get it, that would be probably the soonest it would happen.
Well, you
Then
don't
I'll
want to
see
have
him.
to mail it.
No, I want it, yeah.
I guess, Joe, there's always Eaton.
Yeah, I don't get there, but
I mean, if you find I could get it.
pick it up, yeah, that might be.
I'll give it to you guys to
Well, we could run that and have it back and know what it is.
Oh, they only hold 4. Horn. How'd you do, buddy?
Let's go.
I do too. That horn. How'd you do? What's the other one?
Cordell and Coldell.
Oh, he had the Cordell.
Yeah, I had to write three.
But you
I had to
hold.
write one.
Oh, you white.
I had to write three.
Feel it?
He said, oh, Cordell.
first recognize that I'm the only thing standing between a lot of you heading home, so we'll keep this short and sweet. But I want to thank the North American for inviting me to come out here this afternoon and sort through these Supremes. This is a real great honor for me, having come to this show a lot of times and sitting back and watching this particular class and knowing the power that's out here today and recognizing what we're doing today. For Rachel, who didn't want to grab the mic, I'll thank you all for her too. And Richard, I want to thank all the exhibitors. This is a tremendous group of females. We were just talking the other night, a group of us, when we come on the Supreme Drive, that we think when we bring these all out, that those on that out rail are a little bit lesser, but understanding these are all breed champions and amazing animals that come out here, and I think these exhibitors have done a great job. We pulled these 4 females out here, we think in our mind, just those sheep that exemplify all the great things in their breed in the sheep industry as a whole. I think we got a really nice ewe lamb here in our Cordale, a really long body ewe that's good on those feet and legs. That breed character is really nice. You like as you open up that fleece. She's a ewe that's still got some grow left in her as you get her out here and view her on the green shavings. I think this horn Dorset ewe, you talk about long and level and her overall body style, you like that Springer rib, but she's adding a lot of style up through that front end as well. A really big ribbed kind of broody ewe here with our polled Dorset ewe. You like the power all the way down to the ground as we talk about that bone structure, that amount of muscle over her top, just a really good kind of quality ewe. And then rounding out our top 4 with our natural colored Lincoln, we talk about long-bodied and then a great fleece as you open it up and work all the way down through. I think all these exhibitors out in this ring deserve a really big round of applause. For us today, we've kind of came to one pretty quick as we talked about this, and for us today, our Supreme Champion ewe of the 2016 North American is going to be your Horn Dorset ewe.
Supreme Champion ewe is the Horn Dorset, entry 21 in your catalog. Senior Champion, fitted yearling ewe, Castle BK 337, Paul Castle, Wytheville, Virginia.